So, where we had last left off, our party members had been ambushed on the road back to Gilead after, well, failing a sort of a bluff to keep Jackson from realizing that he was being tricked. So, as we come in, a party around the flipped buggy with the wolf stuck in one of its wheels lodged inside. What are we doing? We're completely surrounded by dogs, mangy wolves, and in the background, Jackson is just kind of standing, having previously uttered, like, "You will feel the wrath of Hal Stenham, I am edgy." What do?
I'm gonna
I'll
notice.
make one more attempt to pry the wolf free from the wheel well.
You are too far away from the wolf because you said that you were going to go around behind the car to brace against it and
Ah,
use it for cover.
okay.
So if you want to do that, you will have to run back to the wolf and, like, move positions.
I'm gonna take a peek at Jackson now that he's kind of,
What are you
cast
looking
aside.
for?
I'm going to check and see, considering like anything stands out of him that's different than the norm. You know
Alright.
what I mean?
Yeah,
Now,
yeah.
perception. I'm guessing. Yes. Come on. Why are you taking so long to load? Work. There it goes.
So you go ahead and observe him. In one hand, he seems to be carrying a sword of some kind, and in the other, he is wielding what appears to be a kind of pistol, likely a semi-auto.
Mhm.
From his stance and the way that he is kind of, like, positioning himself, he's further away than the dogs, almost like double the distance of the wolves that he's sicked on you. So it looks like he intends to keep his distance and let the weaklings kind of soften you up.
Is there anything that stands out outside of the norm, considering how he's been acting in our previous encounters, like madness, control?
You can definitely tell that his posture is, like, refined, but a bit tired. Which is strange given his, like, supernatural heritage evident from his ability to control these dogs.
Mhm.
Because these aren't, like, Stenham pets, these are wild animals.
Okay.
If you
Alright,
wanted...
so I see all these wolves going around.
Oh boy.
Yeah.
Gonna stand here and brace myself, get my plumage up, start getting a menacing look. I'm just gonna fucking screech at him. I'm gonna roll
You scream
intimidation.
at the dogs.
Yes.
Okay, so
Just
out of the
right.
whole crowd, you would have to, like, pick one of them. You can pick one of the bigger animals, or you can
I'm
pick one
gonna
of the smaller ones.
pick like the pack alpha.
Alright.
You're
Try
not the
intimidate
dog
him.
whisperer, you're the dog screamer.
You're the dog screamer.
So roll intimidate.
Yeah. A 17. Let me quickly check. Da-da-da-da-da. Yeah, no, you do succeed. So, this creature, you go ahead and see one of the biggest animals in the pack, and just kind of, like, let out a terrifying bird screech, and this thing, based off of instinct, is just like, yeah, no, I don't like that. Anybody else?
Um, I'm going to probably prepare a reactionary measure.
You know
If
what?
one,
Gary's just going to go over and whisper to the wizard boy. You know how you do your magic thing? Do you think you could toss me up into the air, real high?
uh, how much do you weigh? No, no, no. Like, would I know from just by glancing at him, like roughly his weight, and the fact that I carried him on my back at one point?
I mean, he looks fairly small, but you don't think that you could toss him with your magic, no?
Not yet. I'm just going to say no, not in the way that you're expecting.
Ah, okay.
Either way, I'm gonna prepare a reactionary measure should one, make a move. I'm gonna just target that one with a shot.
Alrighty. Well, with all of that,
I
let's
guess
go
I
ahead
will
and
prepare
actually,
as well.
what I'll go ahead and do is I want to staying behind the car since it's flipped over. I'm basically on the side of it that's like fucking facing away from them.
yeah.
I'm creeping up towards the front end, and I'm gonna try to rip the fucking wolf out of the wheel well.
All right. So the way that you are positioned, let me go ahead and give you a better view. The dog
I
is
do not
on.
own any token with vision in this scene.
Let me quickly turn the vision off. My apologies. I forgot that this is finicky like that.
Mhm.
Regardless, from where you can see, you are on the opposite side of this truck. You can creep
Okay.
around, but you'll be right in the middle of all of your friends. Vaku did take a stand out.
All right, I see what you're talking about now with the way the wolf is. Okay, that's a little inconvenient. Okay, fuck. Shit. Can I scamper over the car? Can I like fucking vault over it?
You want to vault over to the other side?
Yeah.
Yeah, you can do that. I
I'll
won't
vault
even need
over
a
to the
check.
other side, and I'm gonna try to rip the wolf out of the fucking wheel well.
Alrighty, so with all of that, materializing on the other side of the car from a condensed mist is Orion. Your body forms, take shape, and then you take a solid breath and realize that you are already in the middle of a conflict. And
Not the
with
conflict
that,
you were in last time.
You have
But
been a
I've been-
observer,
yeah,
so
I've
you
been-
understand.
Do you want me to roll strength again for the wolf?
I would like you to roll strength, and then afterwards I'd like everybody to roll initiative.
Okay. Well, my strength sucks as it is right now, but we'll see what happens.
Alright,
A
initiative.
14, you go to lodge this wolf out, and you do manage to get like a decent amount of it out from the frame. However, within your 6-second span, you're gonna need more time. So
Fair enough.
you succeeded the check. The wolf is a bit more dislodged, but it is now combat.
I'm pressing initiative and nothing's happening. What am I missing?
Go to the fist icon and
Oh,
click.
right, I forgot. We're still using that. Okay.
Yeah, I was trying to click the initiative on my sheet as well.
Oh, fuck. What are we doing?
Initiative.
Initiative. Yeah.
God damn, Ankros and me have like godly initiative.
I'm pretty sure my initiative is only like a +1
Alrighty.
or 2, whatever my dex is, so that was a very lucky roll.
So
Oh
we
my God,
begin
fuck.
combat with Angos Orion.
Welp, dropped in the middle of this. I'm just kind of like, I'm gonna take a quick breath, pat myself to confirm to myself, yes, I am physical, and go fucking finally, and then get behind the goddamn car, shielding myself from direct line of sight of Jackson, considering he has a gun.
Nice.
And then after that, I'm just gonna yell out, "Sorry that took so long. I'll explain later."
So,
Alrighty, so you were taking a movement action to like hide behind the car.
Oh yeah, it's actually like my turn in the combat. I'm
Yeah.
gonna get behind the car, shielding myself away from Jackson, wherever the fuck he is. Where is he at, actually? Right here?
You're
Yeah.
already on that side.
So then I'm going to poke my weapon over, and I'm going to shoot at this wolf. Hold on, how do I fucking ping things again?
I can just see your icon, so hover above it.
Okay.
Alrighty, you're gonna
this
shoot
one?
that one.
Yeah.
Go ahead and give me a
grab
roll.
that. Alrighty then. Let me get to my weapon. People, party, inventory, attack, roll.
A 7. You snap off a shot above its head, and you just hear it snarl because I mean it didn't get shot. It will go to
Unfortunate.
Celtegris's turn.
I'm going to, I'm going to see where he's firing, and I'm gonna begin. Can I take a will a 5-foot step be a move
A
action?
5-foot step is a movement action in Starfinder.
One sec.
Alright, we're gonna skip to Jackson's turn. So, seeing the state that the party is in, kind of being currently surrounded by his kin, Jackson will go ahead and take his turn, because I'm already doing this.
Okay.
Seeing Vaku kind of hanging out, he is going to take 2 shots at the bird.
Oh no.
So the first of his 2, It's a 7, the second of his 2, an 8. So two pistol shots echo out and try to hit the bird, but they go wild. And that will be the end of Jackson's turn. Going to Sal.
Okay, I'm going to just take a 5-foot step back. I'm gonna try to get back towards Ankros and get into cover away from Jackson.
So you are taking a 5-foot step as a movement action?
Yep, and I'm gonna line up another shot here against that wolf that he tried to peg.
Alright. Go ahead and give me an attack.
Okie dokie. Inventory, there it is.
Apologies, I'm having to fuck with the initiative order. A 15 absolutely hits. So go ahead and roll damage. Alright, 1 point. So, you go ahead and fire out, and you see a line of blood across this animal's face as you manage to graze it just barely. And it will go to the predators, more specifically these smaller wolves.
Oh boy.
Seeing that the moth is a bit kind of separated, these two are gonna kind of like harrying come over here. This one's going to come over here, and they both are going to try and make bites at you. So this is flanking.
That hits.
Oh, fuck.
Oh.
So the first wolf comes in and grabs you by the leg, which causes you to stumble and trip up as the second one just straight up capitalizes and tears right into your flesh. So the first of the damages, and then the second of the damages. You take a total of 6 points. So you are down to one
stamina
point. So you guys see that the moth is like fighting off these dogs, just like screaming as these things are trying to drag him to the ground. With that, it will go to the next pair, which see Vaku and are going to attempt much the same. One's going to go over here, and the other is going to skirt around and go here. Couple of attacks. So one of them comes in and tries to go for your leg, much the same as the moth, and you simply kick it out of the way, but at that same time another one goes for your elbow and manages to latch at the back of your arm. So that's 1 damage for 4 points. So you manage to kind of fight it off, keeping yourself somewhat stable, but you have exhausted your ability to avoid damage at this point. It will go to Centurion.
Okay, so seeing that your reach is in immediate danger, I'm going to look over to Vaku. Vaku, get this wolf out of the wheel well! And then I'm gonna 5-foot step over here, and I'm going to pummel this wolf with my fists.
Excellent. Give me an attack roll.
All right, where did my sheet go? Let me open my sheet again. All right, hammer fist.
Hammer fist, you go ahead and bring down the thunder, and seeing the sheer power behind the force that you're putting down, this will backs off as it just impacts into the soil, spurts up a little bit of dirt. It will go to Yarich.
Yarich is going to use his mobility, scare out the direct danger, go over here, and shoot the wolf that really hurt him.
You are taking a movement action to get away from those two?
Yes.
Alright, they are both going to make attacks of opportunity. So the first one is a 21, the second is a 16.
Both hit.
Nice.
Oh boy.
So the first one does 2 points of damage, and the second one does 1. So just tearing teeth as the moth tries to get away. These things are still latched onto him, and you can hear flesh tearing as you are reduced to 1 HP. Go ahead and make your ranged attack.
Alright,
Which one are you shooting?
the one that really hurt me at first.
Fair. That would be the one that
Crit.
Centurion is fighting, I would assume. Or are you talking about the one that crit? Because that'd be the top
Crit.
wolf.
The one that crit.
Mm-hmm.
So you're fighting the one engaged with Sal.
Alright.
A 10. You go ahead and shoot out, and the laser rifle burns into the side of it. Roll damage. You hear hissing and squealing as fire burns the fur from its flesh, leaving a terrible smell, and it is like howling and yelping in pain. It goes to Vaku.
Right, so I'm gonna go the wolf that was fucking with me earlier. Some bitch bit me.
Yeah, the bastard that bit you in the elbow, he's next to like this bush in between you and the car.
I'm gonna attempt to use my clever feint ability on it.
Alrighty.
So I'm gonna spend a resolve to fake him out. Like, just gonna kind of dance around him with my weapon, with my stick.
Oh,
Just
go ahead and give me a bluff check.
all right. Ooh.
A 20 is great. So, you go ahead and start twirling your fucking bow staff, and
Yeah.
in this wild flurry of movement, this wolf is so like bewildered that it just does not understand what the fuck is going on.
And then I make an attack roll, right?
Let me quickly check the wording on it, because I believe that what Clever Feint will do for you is that it will make it flat-footed until the end of your next turn. So, if your allies attack it, it is really fucking hindered.
Just
Yeah, you're basically twirling your bow staff. Do you want to do anything with your movement action?
I'm just gonna like get on top of the fucking car right here.
So they will take some snaps at you as you do so.
Yeah.
One of them manages to get through with a 21, and it does 2 points of damage. You feel more yips and bites at your ankles.
So seeing that instead of taking the wolf out of the wheel well like I asked, and instead fucking around with the wolves, I'm just going to say,
Now on top of the car.
so much for that.
We'll go to the bigger predators. So, noticing the individuals that are more wounded than most, these predators are going to begin stalking forward.
Are these just really big wolves, or...?
These are about man-sized wolves.
Okay.
30, 40, 50. Over to Yarich, and then this one
he in the
gets
air?
kind of shaken. Yarich is not in the air. He is hiding behind the car.
I thought he said he was getting on top of the car.
I mean, he doesn't look like he's on top of the car from here, but I will assume since he's within 5 feet of the grid map, it can still attack him. So even if
Alright.
it's below the buggy, this thing could still reach up and, like, latch out at him. Regardless, this one that is slightly intimidated is going to go for Yarich, since it feels that itself is kind of being threatened. Let's go ahead and make some attack rolls. So this one's going to go for not Yarich, fucking. This one's going to go for Vaku. And since he is a bit scared, he has a penalty on his roll. An 11. He tries to lash out at you, and seeing the fucking intimidating stare still radiating through your being, it kind of backs off and whimpers.
Just like fuck off, stupid animal.
The second one going for Yarich, like, he's wounded, he's bleeding. This thing.
Oh, come on!
So it goes ahead and does 14 points of damage,
Oh!
It tears his head off.
bringing Yarich down to 0 HP. So we
I
will
had
come-
absolutely no chance in this counter.
we will come back to him on his turn. It will go to Ankos Orion. There is a giant wolf next to you.
Okay. Well, I
That-
guess now, seeing that Yarich is being ripped apart by a wolf, I'm going to use, I'm actually going to finally use a feature. I'm going to use Trick Attack with a bluff roll to yell at the wolf, "Hey, get off!" and then shoot
Boy.
it. So I will roll. Oh shit. Okay.
Go
I
ahead
don't
and
know.
roll.
I guess my intimidate will be the roll I have to make here.
So is this one here the one
12.
I like
For
I
this
clever
skill,
fainted,
I
or
have to fucking check
is it
what
this
This
one?
one, this one is
Pre-
clever fainted. This one is shaken. As
was that the one I
for
spooked
your-
earlier?
Yeah, the bigger one is the one that you spooked.
Ooh.
Anyway, as for that, that does not succeed because the DC is 21. However, you do get to still make an attack roll against him.
All right. Well, seeing that my shouting has not pulled it off of him, at least gonna fucking fire at the
Yeah,
damn thing.
it's too
19.
busy, like, basically growling and trying to rip apart the moth. With a 19, that absolutely hits, and 5 points of damage sends it reeling over to the side as a semi-auto pistol impacts it, and it just goes, "Arr!" and fucking basically is dissuaded from further tearing apart the moth.
Okay. After this thing. Well, it's
You
still pretty much
not
on him, though.
the
I was gonna
moth.
say if it gets knocked back enough, I was gonna get between it and Yarick, or Yar, because I keep fucking your name up.
You know what? I will allow it. We'll say that this thing does kind of go
Yeah.
back a little bit, and you do get in between it and Yarich just to kind of protect him.
Yeah.
It will go to Jackson, who's just kind of... Now that he's seen one of the party members falling, you can't see his face, but you can tell that he's smirking behind his helmet with an oh-so-confident attitude.
Smug son of a bitch.
He is going to take 2 more shots at... We'll say Vaku, since he's already wounded. That is a natural 20.
Whoa, these guys are fucking insane!
And a natural 1 on one of them.
God
So,
damn.
3
one
nat
shot
20s.
hits him
Fuck.
dead on for 15 points of damage.
Meanwhile, I can't hit a single wolf with my fucking bare hands.
I hit 1 and it fucking went on a 1 point of damage. This is not. You know what?
Oh,
I'm
no.
gonna erase 1 from existence.
Well, we
So-
can't exactly escape because the fucking buggy's incapacitated, so that's
Mhm.
delightful.
Oh, no.
Whilst everybody is in the midst of this fight, and whilst Vaku is like fighting these things off, all of you hear this terrible shot and turn around to see Vaku with a hole through his clothing, spurting blood as he falls onto the top of the buggy. It will go to Cell's turn.
Jesus Christ.
Okay. Seeing this, I'm going to take another 5-foot step back, get away from possibly Jackson's line of fire, and I'm going to. How?
3 natural 20s.
Yeah, I'm not taking any chances. The one I was previously engaging, and to avoid it from flanking Centurion, I'm going to use. Where is it? There it is. Mind Thrust.
Right. Go ahead and, what DC does that need? What does it need to roll?
15.
Which wolf is making that?
Will. The one I was engaging.
Ah, yes, okay. A will saving throw of 5.
Okay.
Get fucked.
Go ahead and roll
Oh.
damage.
Okay.
So, this thing...
Holy fuck.
This thing, whilst it was, like, murderous, ripping at the moth and getting ready to go for you, you narrow your eyes, and the party doesn't see it, especially since Ankos is concerned with the much larger adult animal, but a wisp of white flame kind of streams out from your sheer focus, and this thing's head just explodes.
Oh God.
Do you want to do anything with your movement action?
I took that 5-foot step back.
Ah, I see. Okay. So it will go to these small predators. Seeing that the party members are kind of currently incapacitated, this one that is flat-footed is just kind of wandering a bit stunned. This one that is shaken, let me go ahead and quickly check something, is no longer scared. And it's going to go ahead and leap over the broken remains of Vaku over to here and get into this spot, kind of leaping over onto the car and is going to try and attack the Centurion. Ah, sorry, that was the bigger one. He needs to come back down here. I'm looking at the small predators right now. Forgive me. So in that case, these two are simply going to come up here. No flanking, but they'll do what they can. They're just gonna make 3 attacks against the Centurion.
And given what they can as a lot of nat 20s, it was real nice knowing you guys.
And then this
okay, it was
last
only
one
19.
is going to make a full attack because it was standing still. I believe the 22 is the only thing that pierces
that's
him.
the only one that hits.
So with all of the snarling and tearing and biting, the Centurion, who was currently fighting off one of these small predators, is now just kind of like Arnold Schwarzenegger with like fucking animals latched onto him.
Kill me!
Kill me!
here!
I'm
Kill
here!
me!
I'm here! Kill me!
3 points of damage,
Goes
bringing
to
you
my
down
stamina.
to 6 stamina. So you aren't even wounded. You're barely phased. These things are like nothing. All right.
Now I'm imagining 447's just Master Chief if he was played by Arnold Schwarzenegger.
Speaking of, it does go to Centurion's turn.
I'm debating if I should rip this wolf out of the wheel well, because that's kind of a gamble, because my strength rolls are not reliable.
Not that good right now.
And
Or
they'd still be honest.
I don't think I should engage with these wolves. I think I should be attacking Jackson. But, okay. Yeah. I don't think I'm gonna fuck around with the wolf stuck in the wheel well right now, because even if we do remove it, trying to get the buggy moving again would still be a fucking nightmare since it's flipped over. It's flipped over, and it might not even be running anymore even after we take the wolf out. So,
I mean, you should be able to hear the engine at this point if it still is on. We're right next to it.
Oh, it is definitely on. The flipping made it rattle around a bit, so there's maybe a bit of a weird noises that you hear from damaged
but
cars.
the engine
You're like,
is still running.
The engine is still running.
Yeah, we just don't know if the
reassuring.
other. Yeah, but for all we know, the fucking the transmission could have fucking broke either.
True.
There's a lot of things that could have gone wrong. With
And our
this.
engineer.
So let me ask you, if I were to stay where I am and take a ranged attack against Jackson, would I get a penalty for being in melee range of enemies?
Goodness. I'm going to say for the moment, because I am unaware, no.
Okay.
But I will look into this in a moment and see.
Because actually, I'm thinking, I want to move out of their threatened range, but at the same
use your movement
time, here's the thing. Yeah, but here's the thing. If I move out of their threatened range into cover behind that tree right there, I'll have to suffer an attack of opportunity. And
5 foot step.
okay, look.
There's no 5-foot step.
Yes, there is, but it uses a movement action for one, and for two, a 5-foot step would put me still in the attack range of one of them, and then on my next turn, they can just close in on me anyway.
So
Yeah.
I will.
You know what?
inform
I'll
you.
5-foot step anyway, just to temporarily get me out of their most of their attack ranges. How about that?
I will inform you that is a smart decision because it does still provoke an attack opportunity.
5-foot stepping provokes now?
No, not 5 foot. Shooting in melee.
Okay. Shooting in melee range provokes attacks of opportunity.
This is correct.
Good
so
to
this
know.
one will get a bite, which it does 7. So it kind of bites
that
at your foot.
misses. All right.
All right. So you can go and
I'll
make your
go
range
ahead
check
and
versus Jackson.
fire at Jackson. All right, you son of a bitch. The gloves are off.
A 7. It goes wild over his head, and the way that he reaffirms his like almost slumping posture, he's kind of like a. And it will go to Yarich's turn. So
Fortitude.
at the current moment, you have the ability, keeping in mind you have full resolve, to spend a third, or rather a quarter of your level in resolve points, right now being 1, so you can spend 1 resolve point to become stable.
I'll take 1.
Alright.
Oh, and we get a resolve back since the start of the session, right?
This is correct, so if your resolve is currently lacking, give yourself a point, aside from Vaku, who spent 1 in the midst of combat.
Yeah.
Alright.
Wait, how much?
You should have 2 out of 3 because you spent 1. Remember making that, whatever it was?
Yeah, I did the clever feint.
Yeah.
Yeah, I still have 2 resolve left.
Cool. Alright, speaking of, you can spend a resolve point to stabilize if you wish.
I would like to do
Otherwise,
that.
you will lose 1. So you are now stable, and at 1 resolve. I will go to the medium predators. Seeing that most of the party is currently still fighting and has a decent chance these medium predators, whilst they would capitalize on the fallen and still alive, this one is going to rush over here. And this one is going to go over here, and they're going to try and tag team bring Angos down. Do you have any melee weapons?
Do I have any?
Yes.
Unless I want to actually use my pistol to pistol whip it, which would be basically like using my fist, but that's not really a melee weapon.
That is correct. Okay, so
It'd be an improvised melee
I'll,
if you
I'll
did
double
that.
check my inventory to see if I have like a nightstick or something. No, I don't.
you
Just
do
pistol.
not. So these things are going to kind of like wrap around you and try to get the bites off.
Note to self: get a pocket knife.
Very, very.
Well, I got a
good.
survival knife on me.
So the first roll is a 26,
Fuck.
and the second roll is a 21.
Oh
Both
my
of those hit.
god.
What the fuck are these rolls?
They are getting insane rolls right now, and I'm kind of terrified. A 3 and
Yeah,
a
but-
5.
They're being given a
So-
fuck off encounter with no option to fuck off.
These two animals just start latching down onto you, dealing 8 points of damage. So you manage to spend most of your ability to like get rid of, or rather negate some of this, and just simply take a couple of points. You're kind of wounded now,
Yeah.
and it will go to Ankos in question.
Okay. Well, this is fucking bad.
Reminder: trick attacks, I believe, allow you to make a movement up to your speed.
Right, but so I'd be able to do a movement, a trick attack, and an attack, or no?
So trick attack lets you move and then shoot.
Oh, okay. How would that work though? I mean,
So you could move out of the range of these things, but suffer 2 attacks of opportunity, but not be flanked anymore and still attack.
right.
Considering the rules, attacks probably.
I mean,
Alright.
think of it this way: if you stay here, they're just gonna keep getting flanking
Yeah,
bonuses.
I was gonna say. So I guess what I'll do then is I will fucking
5-foot step next to me.
yeah, either 5-foot step to you or try to get like on the other side of this wolf so that we can be flanking him. I'm actually going to 5-foot step this way then, and then fuck me. Hold on. I'm trying to see if there's. Yeah, I'm just gonna go this way. I'm not gonna spend too much time on this. I'm just gonna 5-foot step, take the attack of opportunity, and then trick attack. Try to just intimidate the wolf again.
Keep in mind, 5-foot stepping is a movement action,
Right.
so you wouldn't be able to take a trick attack because it's a full round action.
Oh.
If you trick
Alright.
attack, you get to move as a part of it.
Okay. Well. All right then. So I can't move and do the attack at the same time.
If you choose to use your movement in your trick attack to move here, you will take an attack opportunity from this animal and that animal because you're leaving a threatened square.
Okay.
So you might as well just keep moving.
All right. So if that's the case, I'm gonna go ahead and actually.
You have a movement of 30 feet, so you can get pretty far.
All right. Well, in that case, I'm actually gonna head over this way. 5, 10, 15, 20, 25. So I'm gonna head out and around to the front of the car.
Alright, I'll go ahead and roll the attacks from them.
I feel like I should have just like
The first
just
one,
like bum rush Jackson
use
as soon as he
second
tried
one.
to shoot at me.
Both of those hit.
8 points of
I'm
damage
at
and 8
0.
points of
I'm at
damage.
-8.
You were at 0.
Oh my god.
So, with another series of terrible snarling blows, because you are rendered unconscious, you would get to here before falling over.
Jesus fucking Christ.
Doombringer.
I should have just stayed there and tried to kill one, honestly.
And it will go to Jackson's turn.
What was that about having a decent chance earlier? Fuck.
Alright.
Not a bunch of nat 20s.
TPK. TPK.
So,
Yep.
seeing that you all are just starting to fall,
The first proper combat, we're all just dying.
Jackson goes ahead and
We're
raises
level
his
1
hand.
and we're fighting a fucking vampire and his wolf minions.
Yup. He is going to begin striding 5, 10, 15, 20, 25, 30, and you see him bring up a hand and seemingly sweep away, and all of the wolves seem to look up at him, acknowledge this, and begin departing. And it will go to Sal's turn.
Let me see here. Ah. And the wolves are leaving the combat zone, right?
Seems to be.
I'm going to move back, or I'm going to take my movement action, and I'm going to move up to here. Whoops. There. And kind of take a peek on, making sure Centurion knows I'm there and kind of watching.
Fair enough. I won't say that will take an action, but what else are you doing?
I'm going to make a prepared action.
To do what?
Upon being engaged, I'm going to ready a spell to be cast on...
Ready. What spell are you readying to cast on, and on who?
I'm going to... Well, actually, if the wolves are departing, that's... I'm going to take a prepared shot. Like, should Jackson engage me, I will, in turn, fire a shot at him.
Rating. So it will go to the small animals, and hearing the call from what is apparently their lord, they are going to be falling back. So 5 feet will provoke an attack opportunity from the Centurion.
Honestly, I don't care if you're getting called off. Fuck these things. I'm gonna punch it.
Alright. A 20 absolutely hits, so roll damage. You smash it along its side as it is fleeing, and it is sent, whimpering away. So 5, 10, 15, 20, 25, 30, 35, 40, 45, 50. Going to go right there. In a similar manner, 10, 20, 30, 40, 50, just kind of watching from the back ranks. And these two, seeing Vaku, are going to begin dragging him away.
No.
5, 10, 15, 20, 25, 30, 35, 40. And I'm going to say that they go 30, 25, and they're going to be like this with him being dragged. And that will go from these animals. I'm going to say that medium predator is going to take its turn during that too, because they are leaving.
True enough.
This one will wait until its next one. It is now the Centurion's turn.
I never once, went into a standby mode as I saw the enemies were being called off. I'm still in attack position, aiming my gun at Jackson. And seeing that Vaku's body's being dragged off, my head's going to tilt towards Vaku, then back at Jackson. Then I'm going to completely reorient my aim towards one of the small predators dragging Vaku away and fire at it.
Understandable.
I'm going to fire at the one with the foot icon next to it.
That would recall it is flat-footed because of what Vaku did.
So I'm going to go ahead.
Since you perished, I'm going to give it an extra turn on his flat-footed duration.
Alright, here we go.
The sticks
God, I rolled a fucking 3! Fuck this game. God damn.
It does not want us to live this encounter.
So, with that, the gunshot goes wide over the wolf's head, and it just kind of still flat-footed from the flurry of sticks, just kind of slapping it. Barely even notices. Yarich, upon being stable and it reaching your turn, you can go ahead and spend another point of resolve to get back up.
Alright, I will.
No. Okay,
I will
injury
stay
and
down for a
death.
moment.
If you're staying down, why are you going to use resolve to get back up?
I'm
Seems
going
like
in
kind
the
of
fight.
a waste.
If you are stable and you have enough resolve points, which is 1 resolve point at the beginning of your turn, you can regain 1 HP. You are no longer dying, immediately become conscious, and can take the rest of your turn as normal.
I'm going to bluff that I'm down.
Okay,
Basically.
so you go down to 3 points, get 1 HP back after being mauled by these dogs, and just kind of lay there and hope that these things don't notice. Give me a bluff check. 13's not bad.
Especially given your modifier.
Also considering that dogs don't have social skills.
Yeah.
But Jackson does. Let me go ahead and quickly roll his sense motive.
Well,
So, you both kind of exchange this series of looks where, you realize that your bluff's been called, but you still can take your turn.
Yeah. At this point, I'm going to, seeing my bluff's been called, I'm just going to go into to hiding behind the car.
Understanding, but keep in mind that there is a very large wolf behind you. It is
I will-
leaving, but
I will have a prepared action to attack the wolf if it gets closer.
right, it will go to Vaku's turn. You are being dragged away by these things. You can spend a resolve to get 1 HP, or you can just, let them take you.
I don't want to be taken away into the woods, so
Understandable.
I don't want to go to Brazil!
I don't want to go to Brazil. You come back to 1 HP, 0 resolve.
so
You are on your back, currently prone, being dragged by these things.
yeah. So it probably cost me some movement to get up.
I
But
believe it would cost you a movement action to get up.
Does this not have combat maneuver checks?
What do you mean?
Normally, whenever this has happened, you'd be being grappled and you have to make a combat maneuver.
Well, they aren't really grappling him. They haven't made that maneuver. They were just simply dragging him.
Right.
So waking up, you essentially kick off these things. They're not grappling you.
So can I try to So can I try to I go the one that's still flat-footed for my shit earlier. I'm just gonna try to fucking just wrangle it and try to snap its neck.
Okay. Yeah, go ahead and give me... You're just wanting to make one attack? You can go ahead and get up as a movement action, and I will say because I'm being nice, I'll let you get up without it provoking.
Yeah.
And then you can make a standard attack versus this flat-footed creature.
Would it be...
Just a regular attack. The reason being that prone gives you a -4 penalty to melee attack rolls.
Okay. So just a regular unarmed attack, or...
Regular battle staff. Because you synchronize your unarmed strikes with your battle staff stuff. 21. So this thing, not really expecting it, and I'm going to say, now that you've hit it, I'm going to take that away. I'm done being nice. But go ahead and roll damage. Five. Not expecting it. It smashes its face in, and it is reeling and bleeding. Yeah, no, it does not
You're
like
not taking me away!
So with that, this predator is going to be dragging Ankos away.
Nice.
Great. 15, 20, 25, and that is where it will stop.
So I guess kind of slapped it with my stick instead of just trying to
And
snap
goes
its
to
neck.
Ankos' turn.
Oh well.
So you are dying currently, which means that you can spend your point of resolve to stabilize.
Yeah, I would say that's a good idea.
Alright, you are now stable. And it will go to Jackson's turn.
Where
So
am I going
he-
to check my resolve again?
If you double-click your character, do you see underneath the Fortitude, Reflex, and Will, there's a thing that says Resolve? It's next to your BAB.
Oh,
C,
yeah,
D,
there it
initiative.
is. Yeah, I see
Okay.
it.
So, continuing his slow stride, he is going to march up to 10 right here. And right in front of the party, he is going to level his dueling sword at basically all three of you and just go, "Come, show me what passes for fury among your misbegotten kind." And he is going to ready an attack. It is Cell's turn.
Okay. Let's see. And this is my prepared action, right?
What do you mean?
Well, he
The
didn't
moment
trigger.
Oh, okay.
Did he?
Well,
Did he
No,
trigger his?
oh, in that case, he's well within range. Let's see how he likes this. I'm gonna use Mind Thrust again.
Ooh.
So he will make a will save.
Thrust.
A natural one.
Oh shit!
Great. I love it.
Thank God one person's rolling good here. Fucking hell. Sal's
Your
gonna have to
damage.
carry us out of this fucking place.
And do I roll critical damage on these?
No.
Okay.
Yeah, because technically, like,
10
saves
plus-
don't do crits, but yeah.
So, reeling from that mental blow, you just lock eyes with this helmeted figure, and he feels this just impressive force trying to just overload him. He reels and lets out a kind of like a snarl, and then levels his pistol at you.
I thought his pistol exploded with that natural one.
His pistol did not explode.
Okay.
I
A
didn't-
25.
Okay.
+9. Motherfucker.
So he fires at you and deals 8 points of damage, which brings you down to 7 HP.
Ouch.
So you go ahead and kind of like cross him in a mental duel in which he utterly fails, and he resigns to continue utilizing his martial prowess and shoots you in the shoulder. You feel the impact of your vest take most of it, but it hurt. It stung badly. It will
You
go
may have a few broken ribs.
to the Centurion.
Okay. So does this game have like a charge attack like Pathfinder did?
It does, but charges are kind of for like characters that are built around charges.
Okay. All right. No.
Your best move would to be either to do like a full round fire with your hunting rifle, or
True.
take a movement like a step towards him and hit him with your hammer fist or your hammer assault.
Don't.
Whatever.
Isn't there a penalty on full round attacks?
There is a -4 penalty, but you do get to make 2 shots.
I don't think that's gonna do me any fucking good if the penalty's that big.
This is true.
Fuck.
Your best bet. Well, no, I'm not gonna say.
Can I
anything.
just
Engage him in melee?
hold on? I need to figure out if my fucking hammer fist does more damage than my rifle or not. Because I actually don't know off the top of my head.
We'll roll both of them real quick.
Yeah, 1d8 for the fucking.
Oh, that's a roll. 1 second. So it's 1d4 plus 1d8 with no bonuses. So minimum for that fist is going to be 3, minimum for the rifle will be 1, but maximum of 8 on the rifle, maximum of
6.
6 on the hammer fist.
Okay. In that case, fuck. I might just risk it and do a full round with my hunting rifle.
Alright,
So I get to attack twice.
correct. But you
And
do
he's
have to
not
apply the
covered.
-4 penalty. A 12 and
Hold on.
a 6. So 2 shots. You kind of hold this rifle in your shaking, nerve-damaged hands, and you're just like, fucking god damn it. It's hitting the ground right in front
He's
of
like
him.
5 feet the fuck away from me!
XCOM, baby.
6%.
Why would I ever do a full round when the penalty's that fucking severe? Never mind, not doing that again.
Shoot!
It is now Yarich's turn.
Shoot the bastard. Or
Should I
cook
shoot
the
the?
bastard?
All right. Should I shoot the wolf dragging?
No,
All right.
we have bigger concerns, sadly.
Fair enough.
A fucking
go for
cover.
vampire
Ooh.
in like a suit of armor
Combat
just
tracking
shooting at
you,
us.
Jackson, and I'm going to fire.
Oh boy.
Full round or just regular?
We learned our lesson.
Yeah, regular.
A 10.
Nothing
The
made a
shot goes
difference.
wide over his
The
shoulder.
fuck is with everyone's shit rolls?
I don't think
It will
I've got a
go-
single good fucking roll this entire encounter.
To Vaku. These wolves are still, like, not having a fun time. In fact, I forgot to mention it. This is before your turn. This wolf would have just, like, continued to run away. So
Yeah.
it would be an attack of opportunity with your battle staff.
I could. Like, what, is he just gonna leave the fucking encounter, or is he just
Yeah,
gonna
he's
be like,
just running away.
I'm just gonna fucking, like, smack the shit out of this other one's next to me.
Give me a battle staff roll. A 5 misses as this thing darts into the woods. is going to disappear from the encounter.
Wait,
Alright,
wait, I was
is-
swinging at this
that was-
one.
No, that's not the attack of opportunity. That one is not left yet.
Oh, so was this my turn though, or
No.
It is now your turn.
okay? Oh,
So-
Back the other one.
Are you gonna help us focus down Jackson?
I mean, is he still being dragged?
No, not
no, I'm,
currently.
I'm up.
The
If
bigger
I try
animal
to-
will
if I try to
snarl
leave-
at you.
Yeah, if I try to like leave this guy, he's just gonna try to fucking like take an attack at me, right?
This is true unless you guarded stepped out of his reach and then continued on your path.
Mm,
You're no condition to fight.
Something you could do is guarded step away from it and then take a pistol shot at Jackson.
Oh,
just
that's
to
a
kind of give you a reference.
that's a thing I can do. I can
Yeah.
just
Guarded step as a movement action. You can move 5 feet without provoking, and then you can standard action fire your laser pistol.
yeah, I'll do that.
All
Yeah,
right.
yeah, fuck this guy. I'm just gonna fucking blast him.
God damn.
Five.
God damn it!
Also hits the soil. Seeing just
What
the
is-
pure unluckiness of
Just
all
shaky
of you.
because fucking got shot in the fucking chest by this fucker. He just
Absolutely. 20, 30. So the predator backs off. And seeing the sheer, just like, unluckiness of the party, Jackson offers up a hand and just goes, I've already dismissed my minions. I'm not giving you any more of an advantage. It would go to Ankos, who is still unconscious and still being dragged
use
away.
the restroom. I will be back.
Can't he use resolve to?
He has 1 point of resolve.
Yeah, but he's already stable. Can't he use his other point to get back up?
He used that point of resolve to become stable.
Yup, I have only one to use, period. And I've used it to not die.
Fuck.
Yep.
So I
Have
should
fun.
have shot the wolf.
So, it
I'm gonna go be
will
fucking puppy
go
chow.
to Jackson's turn. I've given you enough time. And he goes ahead and takes a step forward. Technically a guarded step, but it doesn't really matter. And he is going to go ahead and bring his sword to bear against the Centurion. A 19
That hits. That's amazing. Great.
and 6 points of damage.
Just
So-
I still have enough stamina to cover that.
Seeing the incoming strike, you go ahead and kind of back off, but in this quick counterance, he takes another step forward and reverses the grip on the sword and brings it back across your chest, and you can see lines along the armor's like reinforcements are severed. Like portions of metal and link that are kind of held together by its fibers are just cut apart. Not damaged yet, but it's not looking good. Goes to Sal.
Quick question.
Yes.
I'm gonna yell at that one dog dragging him away and try to intimidate it to let him go.
I was gonna shoot at it on my
Okay.
turn, but I now have a much more
That's-
immediate concern.
If you wanted to do that, you would have to get within, like, shouting distance.
You can't Can I shout? It's only
You,
what, like
you can shout at it, but it's, like, across the road. You might have to
Oh.
get closer to be intimidating.
oh shit. Moral dilemma. Moral dilemma.
Moral dilemma, moral dilemma.
I'm gonna test my assault hammer's damage and see
Sure.
what it does.
Not
No,
bad.
actually,
What is now?
I have
Compare
idea.
that to my fist. Oh, okay. That's not a bad
Hmm.
idea.
if I just go ahead and use Mind Thrust again, do I still get a movement action? I can go chase the bastard down.
Mind Thrust is a standard, so you still have a movement.
Okay. Okay, I'm gonna do that. I have idea. I'm gonna use Mind Thrust again.
On Jackson?
Yeah. Apparently
Go
that,
ahead.
that worked once.
This easily been the most reliable source of damage this
12.
entire fucking.
Well,
What was the
Shit.
DC?
15.
15.
Fuck.
Go ahead and roll damage.
Wow.
Ha! Holy shit!
Okay.
Oh fuck.
Seeing
You know what, Eli? I'm okay with you being a bit of a power gamer now. Keep doing it.
Yeah,
Don't
you-
ever
Please
fucking
keep
stop.
doing
break,
this.
Break the system.
You continue to thunder psychic damage into Jackson's mind, and you see blood beginning to leak out of the under portion of his helmet. And underneath his breath, he just kind of goes, I'm starting to regret giving you that advantage now.
Either way, I'm gonna run 30 feet, and I'm going to chase that fucker down, and I'm gonna try to shout at it. That was 30 feet, yes. Am I close enough to shout at it to let him go?
Yes, but you'll have to do that next turn.
Yeah. Okay.
So the small predators are still kind of waiting on the outskirts. At this point, they're just kind of like circling around and intimidatingly just kind of hanging on the edge of the fight.
He has 3 people on him.
And it will go to Centurion.
So is it a movement action to change weapons, or how does that work?
Yes.
I'm going to use my movement to basically drop my hunting rifle and like swing out my assault hammer, which I imagine unfolds like an E-tool, and then I'm going to essentially just look towards Jackson without saying a word, swipe it across his head.
Right. I imagine, yeah, you go ahead and drop the rifle, which clicks down next to the tree, and bring out this thing, and it just unfolds with a...
The dice
and
gods,
bring it
please
into
bless this.
Holy shit!
Fucking
So I'm just gonna
finally!
be like, here's my retort! And that's double damage on a critical, right?
Yes, I would ask that you roll specified the critical damage, because that is an option
do you want me to do that again?
I would appreciate it.
Okay, where is the...
Whenever
Oh,
you
critical
do
is a
damage
button.
roll, 12
Oh.
damage. That is the fucking.
So basically,
shit
I
of
imagine
that
what
god.
happens is he drags his sword across my armor, severing some linkages and making me stumble. I look at him, drop my rifle, unfold the fucking hammer E-tool style as it clicks into place. Allow me to retort. Quack!
Reject modern entity. Embrace
It
monkey.
smashes right into his chest, and he is sent flying. Roll me a d4.
Sounds good.
He goes 1, 2, 3, 4, flies back almost 25 feet and hits the ground hard. Reduced to 0 HP. You see
Fucking
him
deleted.
roll a little bit before looking up, coughing underneath his breath, and seeing Vaku with the pistol aimed straight at him.
Holy shit!
Not so
then-
tough now, are you?
He disappears, vanishing into mist.
What the hell?
And you see it departing in between the trees, and you hear, kind of in the backs of your mind, this isn't over. As the combat encounter comes to a close.
I'm going to start shooting wildly at the wolf dragging our buddy.
So I'm going to... I imagine this is just a one-handed, light E-tool kind of hammer. I'm just gonna kind of, like, throw it up in the air and then grab the handle again. You know, something about this feels awfully familiar. And then I'm gonna fold it back up and put it away and pick my rifle up.
Let it back onto your shoulder. So, I'm
Oh,
going
boy.
to ignore those laser rifle shots because I did not ask for them.
I'm going to keep firing
I'm
at
going
the
to-
wolf
I'm gonna
dragging.
yell at it.
Yeah, I'm
My
also gonna
thing-
shoot at the wolf now that I have my rifle again.
My thing is that this combat encounter is resolved, and I need a moment to like decide what exactly is happening.
Right.
Fair
So,
enough.
randomly rolling 3 different laser rifle shots is a bit disruptive. In any case, as this combat encounter comes to a close, the almost feral essence on these animals departs, and they go back to being regular forest animals, and much like them, they see humans and elves and moths and a crashed car and fire and explosions and noise as a threat, and they run away, leaving you all.
God, I think
Like
I'm the
blood bugs?
only one who didn't take health damage.
You're wearing heavy armor.
I
The
like-
only
I
person
like-
wearing heavy armor.
I like having a lot of stamina and decent armor. So,
Oh,
How do you
no.
buff
Nerve-wracking.
stamina?
so the wolf, I think stamina comes from your constitution. So
Oh.
seeing the wolf dragging Ankos it dropped him and is going away now, right?
Correct. It has basically let loose and has disappeared.
So-
I'm going to transition us from this battle map.
I'm
to-
gonna let out a breath and really without addressing anyone, I'm gonna go over to the wheel well of our vehicle, and I'm going to attempt to rip the wolf out of it again.
I'm going to go pick up.
With this point, it will not require a skill check because, again, it is just a matter of time. You take the moment before you manage to rip off this thing's upper half, and in a spurt of blood, you continue to dig its lower half out of the truck. This buggy.
Once that's done, since this thing is flipped over, I'm gonna call for those near me, probably Vaku and Sal. Let's get this thing back on its wheels and hit the road before he comes back.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm just dragging
Not doing so well,
Ankros back over near it,
We're fine.
and I'm
We can
going to
get
help.
you some medical attention once we get back to town. For now, we need to focus on moving. Someone get Ankos and slump him over a seat.
While
I'm
while
going to just
everyone's
hop in the
getting
back
into
seat
the
with him. Wait, can you?
back
Or
into buggy, I will begin checking over it to make sure there's no permanent damage.
So is the buggy back on its tires? Is that a given, or are we gonna have to make a
Yeah,
check?
that is a given. The majority of you manage to flip this thing. It does not weigh that much. You do see that its frame is bent, but it looks relatively intact.
Whose buggy was this again? Was this Zessie's old buggy, or was this Tim Tom's?
This would have been Zessie's old
Okay,
buggy.
all right. Not as big of a deal then. So since it's back on its wheels and fucking Vaku and Sal are with me,
Well-
and the moth is really too small to do much, I'm gonna nod my head towards Vaku, since I know he's one of the stronger party members. Let's go get Enkos.
Alright.
I went to go get him, and I'm dragging him
Oh,
back here.
you're getting him. Oh, I'll go over and help you.
Alright, so
Okay.
you both combined efforts drag Ankos into the back of the buggy, where
Give me-
you had previously set that UPB.
Give me a little bit while
How long do
Yari
you need?
checks. About 10 minutes, and I can get him up and moving.
I think we should be hitting the road now. He looks stable. Let's go.
Let's go. Go, 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 go.
I'm a little worried, but I'm gonna hop in the driver's seat.
Just like dying.
The fact of the matter is, whatever he wasn't a normal human.
Would
I'm not
I,
counting on him being done for.
Yeah.
Would I
Just
need
turn
to,
him.
I need
missed
to
as soon as
miss
you
like
downed
we
him.
did. I do
would I
not like this. I
recognize
do not
anything
like
about
this.
that? About that scenario?
I would say that you should probably make a mysticism check. 15, you can tell just by his radiating presence and his ability to, like, conjure to the field animals that this is some kind of sanguine infection, meaning that Jackson is some kind of vampire. The strange thing to you is that he seemed much less powerful than vampires of his kind. You're not sure why that is.
I'm just going to kind of let the party know.
So upon hearing the word vampire, my head's gonna slowly turn towards Sal. I'm sorry, what?
You're sitting next to a person who uses magic, and you're questioning the existence of other
Magic?
creatures.
That's what that was? Magic?
Mysticism.
What the hell kind of fantasy storybook world did I wake up into? Vampires?
I guess, you could say that magic or these creatures, I'm just gonna kind of air quote those, are just things that science has not been able to understand yet. So maybe in time, they would. But for now, that's what I got, and what anything I have read have depicted them as. So,
I
you
never
just
thought
seen
I'd
the
be living in a
results.
world where Bram Stoker's fiction was actually a documentary.
I would like to mention, Eli, if in the
Yes.
future we are going to use mysticism to identify creatures, I would prefer to use wisdom or intelligence instead of charisma.
Okay.
But for now, I will let that slide.
You want to, like, sometime this week come up with a system for that?
Yeah, I mean, I figure we can change it from different ability
Also,
modifiers based
like-
on what you're
Okay.
doing.
Okay.
Isn't Sal like a drow though?
Oh, yeah.
So this like almost black skinned, white haired, pointy eared dude's just been tagging along with us.
See his art.
And
dog.
That seems infinitely weirder. That seems infinitely less weird to me than a fucking vampire.
Yeah, species of alien versus mystical fucking being. But I mean,
Indeed.
that's that is the Starfinder setting. It's It's
So,
it's
like,
fantasy science.
elves would just be like aliens to
It-
Yeah,
humans.
science-
pretty much.
Kind
Yes, pretty much. To me, an elf
Huh.
is an alien. Vampires, that's just literal fiction.
I'm just
Okay.
going.
People do see it as fiction, honestly,
hmm
especially in the Syndicate.
As I said,
Okay,
What you-
I'll have time to be shocked later. Let's just drive.
yeah, I'm gonna proceed to drive too.
You all get on the road.
So
About-
while we're in the buggy, the moth is awake, right?
Yeah.
This is-
So I'm gonna look over to God, I'm sorry. Yarich.
Yep.
Listen, I know you're injured right now, but you're holding very critical intel. We're going to need to get this to Stu the moment we get to town. If you're not up for the task, hand it off to me and I'll do all the explaining.
I also have
I'll-
a bit of help to provide. I'm going to kind of just out of the corner of my eye look at Centurion.
I'm sorry, can you repeat that?
I'm
Yes,
go-
provide.
You cut
Yeah.
out.
I'm just going to say, kind of looking at you out of the corner of my eye, I do also have a little bit of extra evidence to provide.
Your informant, I take it?
No, something more physical. I'm gonna pat my phone or my comm unit that I put in my chest pocket. That
So-
when I started recording at the very beginning of the other session.
Seeing you do this behind my helmet, I kind of smirk. Well, I guess you're not good for nothing.
I'm gonna kind of give him a look, just like, really?
So, as we are driving back, I would like
In all
Inkos
s-
Ryan to make me a Constitution check.
In all serious though, Sal, good job back there. We couldn't have taken him down without your magic.
A Constitution
Yeah.
saving throw, you said?
I'm just
Constitution
No, a Constitution check. Oh boy, this is a flat 10 with no. Oh, hey, okay.
So, you begin to hear Ankos coughing and kind of like hacking up blood in the back of the car
So-
as you all are enjoying your good moment. and you can tell
Not
that
even
he's
waiting for
suffering.
Sal to respond to my affirmation of him actually being pretty good at what he does. I'm gonna look over the seat. You alive back there?
I should
have stayed as a
mist
cloud. You are not conscious right now.
Oh, he's not conscious.
Oh,
Okay.
all right.
You are stable, just barely. I should mention he is in very bad condition.
I'm still gonna ask, you alive back there? And getting no response other than a cough, I'm just gonna shake my head and face forward again. Of all the times for Tim Tom to be an incorporeal spirit, it had to be now.
I can help him out when we get there a bit, as I was going to do originally, but
Alright.
either way.
I recommend you focus on getting our wounded back up to speed. I'll go talk to Stu about recent events.
We'll go to Tim Tom's, bring him by, and we can present the evidence there. That'll
Sounds
also
like a
give me enough
plan.
time to
You go ahead.
do my thing.
You'll go ahead and start getting them patched up. I'll try to get Stu over to Tim Tom's place.
So, you arrive at the site of Gilead, let Centurion disembark, and then drive all the way back to Tim Tom's office.
hmm
Dragging goes inside on the floor. What are you gonna do with him?
I'm gonna begin
We're going to get him on the
healing
medical
touch.
bed.
Understood.
We're gonna
What?
and
else?
Yarich and I are probably gonna like
It takes
patch
10
ourselves
minutes.
up. You
So-
know.
All right. So you
I
are
have
going
no
to put
healing
your hand on
abilities.
him.
Yes.
All right. So, Angos, you were kind of like drifting in and out of consciousness. The time in which you almost woke up was the time that you were coughing in the back of the car. However, you do feel just kind of your chest tense up, eyes wrench open, and you look down to see the drow currently putting his hand on your side, and your wounds are kind of stitching together. Wolf penetrating blows, bleeding wounds are beginning to seal up, and you are restored to 5 hit points.
Being that I'm a city folk from the Syndicate homeworld, I probably look at this with a shock of relief and slight
Oh.
terror at the same time. Don't know how. Just
Ooh.
this is terror. This is it is confusing and befuddling, but I'm not going to question the help at this point.
Understood.
I'm just gonna
I'm
look
going
at him
to-
when he comes up, and I'm just also I'm just gonna say welcome back to the land of the living, and I'm gonna look at Vaku and Yarich, and just
Yari
say,
just retreating into his little fort. Just
I
I hope this has bought me a level of trust. That, considering the circumstances of the past couple of days, I'm just gonna kind of look at Vaku in his like dead in the eyes when I say this.
well, I suppose that you did bring him back from near death, and I can respect healing magic since my grandmother was a shaman. So
Either way, instead of doubting me at first glance, give me a chance, and you might find yourself surprised.
suppose so.
And I'm just gonna
Thank
kind of
you.
pat Ankros on the shoulder and just say, you might want to sit down. What I did may have helped out quite a bit, but it's not going to replace rest.
Still hearing him mispronounce Ankyros, you
Ankros.
feel
Where are you adding the R at?
your wounds
Ank-
continue to sting as you get up.
Yeah, there's no R in there, Eli. It's just
I know I
Ankros.
can play it off as a,
Just in character, you can call me Orion from now on.
okay.
That's actually my last name, but it really though, if you have a problem with the fucking dialect or whatever, just call me Orion.
hmm
But
Okay.
This is
I-
in
I- after-
character, by the way.
yeah, sure. I I have a great many things to say and observations I've had. I'm gonna save them, and I'm just going to go to fucking sleep.
Yeah.
Definitely. Now is a good time for rest.
I'm going to also sit on the couch and get out my little comm unit and look at the footage I got from the fight.
So, what you do have is a bit of a mishmash, but you do have some pretty excellent moments. Like, again, Jackson basically declaring that he is the reason why all of this shit is happening. And then you have that excellent camera video footage of him telling you that you're going to face the wrath of the Stenham family.
Nice.
Okay.
Ooh.
I'm
Nice
going
and
to.
incriminating.
The rest is kind of shaky camera footage.
What about the point set of me, using my more mystical talents? Was there
Uh,
any?
there is that scene of you exploding the wolf's head and
Mhm.
also causing Jackson to suffer like psychic seizures. Are you wanting to clip those out?
I'm going to. Can I remove it? Like isolate it?
You can have computers check.
Okay. I'm
Actually, I
meaning
believe
like
that that's a train skill, is it not?
computers is. I was just wondering if there was like something on like stitch, like you can stitch videos
There,
together
there
like on.
typically is, but the common unit that you have isn't like
Mhm.
very proficient. It isn't like an artist tool. It's like oh, I have a camera phone and I've just taken a video. So you need to, download the software and make sure that you know how to operate it. It'd be a simple computers check, but you're
Okay.
not quite trained in it.
I'm just gonna.
Need
All
more
right.
intelligence, man.
Okay.
If you want to wait until I
Yarich,
wake up, I'm trained in computers.
Um. Either way, I would like this pretty soon. I'm gonna get Yarich over here. Yarich.
He's just suffering inside of his fucking plastered pillow
You
fort.
you gave him some healing magic, didn't you?
The
Not
healing
Yarich.
does not heal the mental damage.
Well, he didn't heal Yarich.
Oh well,
Oh.
great.
Yarich, I know you're tired, but I need you with this real quick.
Yari just going to stumble out.
Nice
Ugh.
white insect fur, tattered and matted with like this disgusting, almost amberish blood.
I understand.
Yes.
We have Stu coming in, and I need portions of this video isolated onto a separate drive or someplace I can display it. Particularly one that doesn't display certain things, just with Jackson, his motives, and him acting against us.
Yari's compound eyes will twitch a bit as he thinks about, I can do that. And he's going to take comm unit. and do all the goodies with it.
And you're just kind of like, well, I don't have an internet connection, but my comm unit has that stuff, my custom toolkit. It's all fine. You transfer over some data, and then go ahead and sever the footage that he requires.
Remember, this
Yeah,
was the
it's
moth who was
frustrating.
able to make a daisy chain of comm units to like
It
make
took-
an impromptu image descrambler. I think he
And
can.
we have that.
I think he can figure out how to run Windows Movie Maker and fucking just clip some things.
It's so simple that before you even realize it, he has already handed you back the comm unit, has gone back to bed.
For all his
Also,
faults, he's damn effective.
I-
Why I'm
I will
something-
also say I put the footage I took of the descrambler and all that stuff when we were doing that, and put
So you
that
clip
with
them all
the,
together into an evidence
Like a
string.
supercut, the incriminating evidence supercut.
There's also
Yes.
there's a blue title card intro with white
Sample
text and green tape
text.
playing.
It's just the fucking it's the intro for my 30-minute long Halo compilation.
Yes.
God.
Here's where Jackson nearly killed us, and there's like numbers used for some of the letters where it shouldn't be, and there's like 5
Unregistered
explanations.
Hypercam 3.
God.
I have a feeling the stuff that I was wanting was just the his
Jackson
admission.
being evil.
Yeah.
I'm
Not the
evil,
stuff in
nigga.
between. And just when I get that, I'm also gonna sigh and just flip my turn on my implant.
Understood. So, you go ahead and get this evidence compilation, and by this time, Centurion has found Stu. They have cleaned up basically a majority of the wreckage here in the middle of the night, and Stu looks tired as hell as he confronts you.
Stu, I know you're tired, and with all due respect, we're going to need your presence at the doctor's clinic. Things have developed rapidly.
Oh, nobody's hurt, are they?
A lot of us are hurt. We're all alive, but a little worse for wear. It was
Oh,
worth
shit.
it was worth what we managed to uncover, though.
How's Tim Tom?
Nowhere to be seen.
He just vanished?
Quite literally, yes.
Alright. Well, I'm sure he has some shit in his office, and I'll be back later. Let's go see this. You both
yep.
go on. So, not like 5 minutes later, Stu has entered Tim Tom's little medical facility. And within that same period of time, you show him the evidence string. And
Yep.
it's just like, well, I will be damned. I know when I said that those Stanham fucks were evil, I did mean it. But this puts that on a whole new level. So what the hell is he?
It's at this I kind of slowly turned my head towards Sal, then turned my head back towards Stu. Stu,
I'm going to
you're going to
interject.
You're going to want to sit down for this.
Has anybody woken me up for this conversation? Or am I still passed out on the fucking table?
If you went back to sleep, you can wake up. It's of your own volition.
Oh yeah, sure. I guess.
So
I'll
I'm gonna
wake up.
advise Stu to sit down before Sal explains what Jackson is.
You got to rest your eyes for a bit.
I'm going to, in turn, kind of give him a clipped version of what I told Centurion, but I'm going to highlight the more, sanguineous infection and make it a lot more technical sounding.
I always heard that the Baldor family had troubles with shit like that, but I'd never seen it firsthand. This is news to me.
Either way, it seems like he was acting alone, based on the impression we got from the Lord Stenham.
So Zacharias doesn't know this.
As far as we are aware, Zacharias is totally ignorant of what Jackson is doing. If this evidence were to be turned over to him, that might put an end to this, but that's just our conjecture.
And they would be more busy with internal affairs than to bother the townfolk of this frontier town.
So we're thinking maybe we need to arrange a meeting between you and Zacharias so you can confront him with this evidence.
Jackson's never going to let us walk away from town with this evidence, though. He's going to watch us, because as soon as we get to Zacharias, it's over. He's going to do whatever he can to make sure this stays under wraps.
You had contact with the Lord Stenham in the past. You have his contact information. Perhaps send this along.
Do I have his information? Oh, no, you're talking about Stu.
Like I said, Comms are down except for extremely short-range ship.
I figured I didn't
So
know.
I'm
if
not
you
able to
were-
get a hold of him via the phone until they fix whatever the hell's going on at the Capitol.
Jackson seemed very adamant about stopping us from escaping. I take it from his fervor to prevent this information from getting out. If Zacharias were to hear about this, it would ruin Jackson's plans.
And then it'd be over. You could have Gilead actually be a prosperous town.
The trouble now is getting into contact with Zacharias. I'd be willing to bet anything that Jackson has already returned back to the Stenham Manor and is, I'm sure, telling something to Zacharias to make him hostile towards perhaps not just us, but the entirety of Gilead if he's smart. This isn't over yet.
Shit.
We're going to have to get into contact with him ASAP.
Well, I'm gonna be honest. I'm fucking tired. Anybody got an idea? I don't think I've gotten good sleep in like 2 or 3 days.
I don't feel good.
Believe me, we're feeling that. as
Time
well.
is of the essence, but at the same juncture, we are all looking
I have
rather
an idea.
rough.
I got shot in the chest.
I'm gonna look towards
We
towards Orion.
may have to take the night and reconvene once the sun is up.
You said you had an idea, Orion. He's just
We
going
need
to
to-
kind of stumble
We
on
need
that.
to get to Zacharias directly. Jackson's gonna put the guard against us, and they're going to try to kill us as soon as they see us. At least I would assume. Doomtread can cloak. Doomtread also has a pilot seat. One of us could probably sneak into the compound and confront Zacharias with this video, and definitively prove to him that he's got turncoats in his mist. You think that's an idea that we should pursue, or do we just need to head down there in a buggy and just kick in the front door?
My
Which,
question
after what happened
is-
today, that's a horrible fucking idea.
I'm worried.
If we could hardly hold our own against Jackson, then I highly doubt we're going to be able to face an entire Stenham detachment of guards. I think your plan with Doomtread is solid. My only concern is we might want to find a way to make a copy of that evidence rather than sending the entire original recording with the
I already do. I already have it.
a copy.
I
I have the
make
original.
multiple copies. I'm gonna be putting it on
Good.
all their things.
We're going to need copies. We need to make sure that there's no one original of this.
All right. now here's
Y'all
the
are just
question.
going to
Who's gonna
go
be
over
inside?
to.
Well, either way, I'm concerned with the fact that Zacharias might not even be willing to accept our presence. That's why I was hoping to go through an intermediary like Stu, considering our
Stu,
last.
is there a way that we can make a copy of this for you that you can keep locked in your desk or somewhere secure?
Well, I do have a comm unit of my own, so
Let's give that a try.
Y'all are just going to just go take Stu's
it's
thing.
literally as simple as like holding this thing above his comm unit, and your intentions are made manifest. You give him the information.
All right.
And these are
Spread
just
that
all
around
copies,
town.
copies of the snippets
Now that the
going
data
around,
has spread,
right?
there's no hope of Jackson stopping it.
Now the big issue, like you said, is that Jack.
Getting into Zacharias' office.
I was aware of how the last conversation went. Trust me. So
Oh,
Sal,
yes.
you shouldn't step into the same room as this guy forever. I suppose I can be the
Dude.
one to present the information. At least at this point, if we're sneaking around his guards, we will be able to approach Zacharias armed, and unfortunately, depending on what Jackson's told him, we might have to force him to watch this footage.
Vaku knows a thing or two about stealth.
Yeah,
Stu,
probably sneak in there.
Right. Well,
when you're rested up,
He was also there whenever we encountered him, so you don't. I don't think Baku would be as.
it's your fucking mic.
God damn it! Anytime I charge this thing, it fucking does.
Now, given I don't want to be there all by myself, I think we should try to have backup on standby just in case, but apparently Jackson knows all too well how to intercept us if we decide to get too close to the estate. The pilot can
Yeah.
go alone if needed to keep anybody else out of harm's way, but if shit goes wrong and if they can't talk if I can't talk Zacharias into ceasing hostilities, that's it. Unless I can get out of there on Doomtread, which I keep forgetting that that's an asset that we have now.
Stu,
Yeah.
Of course, there's also the matter of asking Doomtread. Apparently, he's completely self-aware, so he could just simply not want to go through with this plan.
You keep
Uh,
asking my name, but you don't say jack shit. What's going on?
Well, I was thinking, what if you went inside Doomtread and he was to take you to Zacharias?
Might not be a good idea as well.
Don't like the idea of crawling inside that thing, I'm gonna be honest.
Like I've
Alright.
said, I will go.
I'm gonna go rest
I
now.
have all of the information. Am I muted?
No.
Oh,
No,
yeah.
I can hear you.
I think you're
Fucking-
fine.
Okay. Like I've said, I have a way with words, and I haven't pissed him off like some members of this party. I can go talk to him.
You're going to want to go by stealth.
Yes, I need to find a way to talk to Zacharias without dealing with his guards, which the only way to do that is by circumnavigating them entirely. We obviously can't fight our way through them. So we have to try to find some way to get Zacharias alone to talk with him civilly.
I
As
might have a
civilly as
suggestion.
possible.
Doesn't he
I
have
might
a
have a
balcony?
suggestion. Yeah,
He does.
and
It's outside.
Doomtread
It's out back of his study. We could maybe catch him out there.
and Doomtread can just lift you up and up onto the balcony, and you can have an entrance there.
Right, and if things go south, I doubt they could bring down Doomtread without extreme effort, and we could just flee.
All right. I think we have our plan. As soon as the sun's up and as soon as you're feeling better, get with Doomtread, have him take you down there. Do what you need to
Personally,
do.
I'd personally like to go now before Jackson has time to damage our reputation any further, but I don't think I physically can. So yeah, we'll have to wait till morning.
It's only a few hours till sunrise. It won't be a great sleep, but ideally it'll be enough.
Yari just gonna go back into his low fort.
Yeah, I'm gonna put my head go back to the medical table I was sleeping on, and promptly pass the fuck out.
Now, here's the question. Does anybody want to make some medicine checks?
I have no
Let me
medicine.
see if I'm actually skilled. I mean, I
Do
don't
I have
think
any
I am.
training in medicine?
I'm trained in
Actually,
it,
I
but my
do.
modifier's +0. So
Am I trained in medicine? I don't think. No, I don't think so.
I'm
You have
trained.
to have at least
I'm trained, but it's a flat D20 for me, so that's not a good idea.
like, so in order to have a trained skill, you have to have it. Wait, how does that
Rank.
work? You have to have a rank.
If it doesn't have a rank in it, you can't use it.
Okay,
Unfortunately, I am not trained in medicine either, so
not trained
Nope,
in.
sadly. I mean, it is a class skill technically, but once again,
don't have a
low
rank.
intelligence. Yeah.
It is also one of my class skills, but I don't have any ranks in it, and I don't have an intelligence bonus. So
Yep, we're in the same boat then. Yeah, there's really no one here who's qualified to do that. So
All right. So, you all go ahead and sleep for the night. Go ahead and give yourselves all 1 point of HP.
what about stamina?
If you wish, you can spend a resolve point and regain your stamina.
I will do that.
I am as well.
cannot do that.
As will I.
So yeah,
Only game-
I guess I'm waking up in tip-top shape. At least tip-top for my fucking degenerated ass.
Do I regen, or does any of my health come back, or
1 point for resting, and you can get back your stamina by spending a point of resolve.
I am? How do I go about doing that on this sheet?
You
I haven't
double
had
click
to
your
do it yet.
character profile, you look where your saves and your initiative and your CMD are in the middle of the right screen, and you take a point of resolve out, and you just give yourself hit points, give yourself stamina. 1 hit point, 5 stamina.
did we only regenerate resolve like at the beginning of a new session?
Yes.
Correct.
Ugh.
Sal came out of his. Whoa. There we go.
I
Sal
am
came out of
no
that.
shape for
rather-
combat.
Very true.
Sal was not meant for direct combat.
Well, I'm pretty much good to go.
Well then, at the dawn of the next day, what is it that the party does?
After waking up and scrounging for something to eat, I guess my first thing I'm gonna do is go find Doomtread to talk with him about the plan.
Understood. He is on the outskirts currently, watching over Kiliad and making sure that nothing big is coming. But you do manage to catch him. He wanders over and stops near you.
You know, it comes to my attention, I think this is the first time that we've talked. Doomtread, right? That's what the others call you.
Yes.
So, first and foremost, there was a point in our time where I did shoot at you. I apologize. You were trying to kill one of us, though.
There is no need to apologize.
Fair. It was more for humor than anything. Now, being that this is our first meeting, I dislike the fact that the first thing I'm ever going to talk to you about is asking for a favor. But I need to go back to the mansion, and I need to do it quietly. The situation with Jackson and the other guards has deteriorated, and he's already tried to kill us once. We need to have an audience with Zacharias that can, by circumventing him. Do you think that I could use your pilot seat with you under stealth mode to go to the balcony and talk to Zacharias directly?
I could transport you there, but it would be risky.
Risky how?
If I were to get downed, there is, in all likelihood, no way to recover either you or I.
So, the plan is that ideally as soon as things go dicey, we're gonna be gone. If there's a possibility of confrontation, I'm not risking my life or yours. At the very least, I think we should go there and assess the situation and see how practical this plan is. But regardless, I'm still going to require a cooperation with that too.
Very
If we
well.
decide it's foolhardy, oh well.
Do you wish to
But
do this now or later?
I am ready and could leave right now, to be quite honest. How about you?
He simply lowers down his hand and lets his
Ah.
clawed fingers rest on the ground.
I'll take that as a yes
So,
then. and
can
we'll
I
step in-
approach this scene?
I imagine you could.
So I'm going to approach as Doom tries lowering his hand to let Ankos into his pilot seat. I see you're going now.
I figure the less time that passes, the better. I don't know
Well-
what Jackson's already said to him, but I want to get this done as quickly as possible before more misinterpretations set in.
I can't say the same for the others, but I'm combat ready. If you need
You are?
backup, I can tag along.
Maybe you could ride in the back and provide overwatch.
My eyes aren't as good as they used to be, but I can stay a distance away, and if you need firing support for escape, I can try to provide it.
Upon him saying my eyes aren't as good as they used to be, I'm gonna hand you my video camera. This thing has a pretty high optical zoom on it. It sucks down battery to use it, but you could use this as a pseudo spotting scope.
I kinda
If
take
you
it in,
want it.
I take it in my hand and I shake my head. No, I mean, don't really notice things the same way I used to.
That's fair.
That's
but...
my way of telling you my perception is +1.
Oh, fair. Having some eyes is better than no eyes. 2 heads are better than 1.
Given I'm the one in the best shape, in spite of perhaps Vaku having the sharper sight, we'll have to make do.
I'm in no shape to go outside. I'm still creep.
That you're
Everyone else
already
barring
outside.
Staltegris is quite thrashed, and Sal wouldn't be a bad fit for this first combat prowess, but I know that he, I guess, could go without actually being present with the Lord.
He's
but
not in the greatest shape either, and given the way he pissed off Zacharias, I know he's not going to be in the same room as him, but I don't want to take any
He'd be-
risks.
In my
Yeah, he would be
defense, it was
relegated
not
as-
me who sparked the occasion. I managed to turn it from us getting executed to us being forced to leave. Thank you
showed
very little.
him his dead sister.
I had no involvement in that. She came
You-
along.
Is that Doomtread? Are you rated to seat 2, or are you just a one-man mech?
There were knights that were capable of seating 2. Unfortunately, I am not one of them.
All right.
Right
If
in
I were
order.
to clamber onto your hull, would your cloaking effect apply to me?
No, but it would not matter.
All
I
right.
mean,
I'd rather do that than risk them hearing the roar of an approaching buggy.
Again, his
Alright.
hand is still on the ground.
All right,
I
I'm
will-
I'm going to clamber onto Doomtread's back and hold on. If he has any like hard points I can grasp onto.
Yeah, to do that, you have to climb onto his hand,
Sure.
which is why he had it down. But he lifts you up to the top carapace, and you do find that there are many railings and handles that you can hold on to.
I'll go ahead and do
But
that.
seeing how high you are off of the ground, it kind of makes you take a gulp, because, you know, this thing's going to be running pretty fast.
I think I can handle it.
How tall is he again, anyway?
He is 15 feet, if not more tall.
15 feet. Okay.
He's
Pretty tall.
probably a bit taller, but that's
I
technical
still
start
have
point.
Ankok's camcorder so that I can spot him, and I'm just gonna ask, I guess both of them. Do you think we'll be close enough that I can communicate through comms if need be?
We'd have to survey the area for scouting positions to see how close we can get you while being safe. Actually, from memory, do I remember seeing any terrain features, rock outcroppings, things that might have a view on the manor from an elevated position, like a hill that he could use to
The
watch
way
from?
that the manor is like made, it was actually put on the precipice of a hill, so it is like the tallest thing in the surrounding region. That being said, there are several places that you could scout it out from, so
Yeah, we'll
you're
just
not
have to get
entirely out of options.
we'll just have to get there and do some perception rolls to see what our best chance is.
Affirmative. Let's move.
All right, with that, Doomtree begins moving, and although it's a bit shaky, Ankos, you clamber inside of his compartment and find that it's not very comfortable, considering that this was host to a rotting corpse. It doesn't smell particularly well, although it's more like a grainy having settled after a long decomposition. The interior is basically stained everywhere, including the dials and buttons and screens, which are kind of clouded over with filth and just kind of general decay. Not to mention, there is sunlight beaming in from the hole in the side of his carapace, where a anti-tank rifle shot through and killed the occupant.
Thinking to myself the entire time, buddy, when we get back, you're getting some Windex and a wipe down.
Windex. So, not being able to operate the controls because you are not trained for it, it is just a rough ride as this thing treads off into the forest of Gilead.
What are conditions like up top?
Windy, very windy. This thing moves at upwards of 40 to 50 miles per hour on a bad
Fuck.
day.
I mean,
So,
it can't be that different from riding in the buggy, which doesn't have an enclosed canopy and can probably also hit that kind of speed.
You're not
you
actively
can
holding
seat-
on to the buggy.
Well, yeah,
you
but
can
at the
you
same
can get
time.
seat belted into the buggy.
So as
Regardless.
I'm grasping onto this thing, I'm just gonna mutter to myself, "This is absolutely against regulations."
I'll chime in.
Violator.
I'll chime in once we hit top speed over the comm. Are you still hanging on up there? Or do we got to turn around?
I think we might need to get him fitted for some seat belts, but I'm doing fine.
Fair enough.
I just thought of getting Doom Tread like the thing, like the little papoose that they carry newborns in around the front.
Got a little baby carrier.
Yeah.
Well,
So,
don't worry, buddy. It's about as smooth as a fucking bowl of rocks in a blender in here.
If my CO saw me doing this, I'd get smoked instantly.
About halfway to your intended location, you do see the Fulliker as his hull begins to shimmer and dissipate. Not quite the full invisibility, but it appears that he has some lesser stage of active camouflage. With a roll like that, he stalks through the forest like a ghost.
I can't believe we had to fight this fucking guy at some point.
So, you creep further to the manor entrance.
As we get closer, I'm gonna say we need to find a good spot for recon before we get any closer.
Right. Let's start looking around a little bit, skirt the outsides.
You take upwards of an hour to find a good position from where you can see the watches and patrols. What are you looking for in particular?
I'm looking for a spot that 447 can observe the balcony at that's outside of the route of the patrols. If it's over a wall or outside of the gate, I don't know. I guess we'd have to see if he can climb over. It's just somewhere where he doesn't run the risk of being spotted by a roving patrol that he can give backup in case somebody interrupts the meeting with Zacharias.
All right, go ahead and give me a perception check.
Fuck!
Damn. You know what? Since I'm here too, I'll try. I mean, my perception's shit, but I hope I don't roll a
It's
1.
not a 1.
Yeah.
I mean, it's
oh,
not...
hey!
Yes!
Nice!
Fucking crits this game.
Yeah, I got a crit with a
Ankos?
hammer, then I critted on perception.
Ankos, as you're trying to like get out of Indoom's tread, you go to reach for the upper handle that like unlocks the cabin and pushes the door upwards. That way you can clamber out on top. And as you put your hand around it and push, you hear a pink, and the handle comes off.
Oh god.
And you start desperately looking for a way to get out of this seeming death trap now. While Centurion hanging onto the shoulder plate of this thing, which is probably the best position for him to be considering the amount of spikes and railing to hold on to. You get a pretty good overview of the manor itself, and it looks like the guards' patrol is relaxed. They aren't used to people like barging in or trying to invade. The most that they really do is keep people off of the property.
Okay.
From your position, there are multiple different ways to get to multiple different entrances to the estates. You could go in through a dilapidated garden quarters. You could go in through where they kept their vehicles, the garages. You could also go around back to where the vineyards are and basically creep in through the workers area.
Do I see if there is an ample position for Doomtread to lift Ankos onto...
You were kind of cutting out. I didn't get most of that.
My internet's acting like shit right now. I just lost connection to Foundry, so I assume if I'm cutting out on Discord, my internet's having a bad time. Can you hear me now? Am I good?
It's still very spotty, but...
Am I good?
It sounds like it fixed it.
Okay. Alright, good. Okay, is there an ample position for Doomtread to lift Ankos onto Zacharias' balcony directly?
Yeah, but he'd have to step out into the middle of the courtyard where a bunch of guards are.
Okay.
Not a ton, but like a couple, a handful.
I've completely lost connection to Boundary, and refreshing isn't doing anything, so bear with me.
Excellent.
Okay, I'm back in. So
Did you hear me?
Yeah. We can't exactly lift him onto the balcony because the soldiers positioned in the courtyard. So I'm gonna speak up to both Doomtread and Ankos. I think I have a pretty good read of the situation here. The guard patrols are pretty lax. I take it they don't have to deal with much hostility on a regular basis, so they should be pretty easy to evade. We have multiple points of entry. You can go through the vehicle bay. The garden seems like you'd be able to prowl through there. However, getting you onto the balcony directly presents a problem. The courtyard is our means of entry to the balcony, and that is where one of the highest concentrations of guards is.
I was hoping
So
the balcony
we
would
definitely do have quite a bit of wiggle room here. The
That being
guards are
said,
going to be easy to evade, but we might have to take a longer route.
because it is the morning and the sun is beginning to rise, it is a nice orange out, and you do see sitting on the balcony Zacharias.
However, Zacharias is currently sitting on his balcony watching the sunrise.
Throw me.
I have eyes on him right now.
He wasn't so desperately searching for a way to get out.
Alright, so our only options here are that Doomtread in the courtyard would be far too fucking obvious for that to happen then. So you said that we have to either go through the vehicle...
can you repeat our options, because
There was basically a little gardener's place where
Right.
they keep like minor plants
I
and
mentioned
bushes and
that,
just
yes.
take care of that. There was the garage, and then there was an actual like vineyard worker
Right,
entrance.
okay. So the only thing I left out was the vineyard worker entrance, which I will mention now.
Okay.
So we have 3 separate points of entry.
I'll try to go in through... So the only other things I could think about would be trying to go in through a window that's on the side of the manor that's on the other side of the courtyard. But then again, I'm going to have to slink through the house, which I'm not overly aware of.
I don't think there's any avoiding having to slink through the entire manor. Unfortunately, getting Doomtread directly into the courtyard to put you on that balcony is not going to be an option here. Not unless you want to provoke a war.
Yeah, I was kind of hoping
It's
the balconies would be
just-
facing out the back of the manor or something, but that was a stupid thought. Anyways, fine. I'll sneak in through the garage. I'm reasonably light-footed. I think I should be able to make it.
Alright.
I'll stay on comms, and if something goes south, I'm gonna get out of there in a hurry. I'm not trying to lose my life.
So
here for
is this recon position relatively tucked away out of sight of the manor? Like
Yeah.
okay.
I mean,
I
keep
s-
in mind, stealth check of 23,
Right.
so.
Doomtread and I will remain here for now, and if you need backup, hopefully your comm range won't be out of use.
All right. Well, hold on. I need to hurry up. I need to plan an exfil of some kind. I suppose. Well, if it goes south, I'll use the vineyard entrance. Well,
How
I'll
do
use
you-
whatever I can.
How do you
Now,
plan to approach Zacharias? If you approach him and just make your presence known, he may instantly call for guards.
Is there a way that I could? Oh, we're very close now. I could just send him a video, couldn't I?
Oh, you want to send Zacharias a video?
Yeah, I'm just gonna straight up send him my copy of the fucking video incriminating
Just gonna
Jackson.
slide to his DMs
No,
and just send him the evidence.
Recall, when did you get access to his comm unit credentials?
Oh,
First meeting.
I
First meeting,
Yeah,
we asked to keep in contact.
yeah.
I
Did
think
we
that's
do that?
I think
Whenever we
that's-
sat down for the first time,
I
we-
actually
or
think
I
that
asked him
did
for his
happen.
information, so
This
if
is
we come up with any
true.
relative information.
But we did not discuss this beforehand with them exchanging contact info. So Ankos does not have the contact info for Zacharias.
Fuck.
Shit.
Damn it.
Is there a way that I could use my computers to get on to like open my comm unit to a broadband frequency to transmit
could-
audio?
You could definitely make a computers check to send out an Amber Alert.
What I want to do is if these comm units communicate via something similar to radio, then maybe I could just find a common frequency and just play the audio from the video and see if it gets to Zacharias somehow. Well, there's a computers check. It's ass though.
So you do just kind of like see if you can't do some wide spectrum shit, and there's not much in terms of options here. The way that these things are designed, they are made for like an actual contact calling. Like you are basically entering a phone number and sending a text or calling. There are radio frequencies, and you do transmit this video across. However, you're not getting any response, and there's no increase or decrease in guard traffic.
And more importantly, we should be able to see Zacharias from here. If it caught his attention,
Oh, I
we'd
can.
know.
Does he
Right
react at
away.
all? Does he do anything?
He's just chilling out, enjoying some variety of alcohol, presumably.
Fuck. Okay. Well, I'm just gonna have to go up there and show it to him. I don't quite know what to say that won't provoke an immediate reaction out of him. I just have to try and get this. We'll burn that bridge when we get there, I think is the saying. But I have to try.
Maybe you should start playing the video before you reveal yourself and place it somewhere he'll see it.
Maybe. I guess I could plant the evidence inside of his room. If he keeps sitting there on the balcony watching out, maybe I could put this on his personal computer and then open it in the background.
That's a thought. Find a terminal, upload the evidence onto it.
Yeah, I think that's what I'm gonna go for. If I confront him, I think I can reasonably talk him down from doing anything crazy.
Avoid that if you can. Our main objective
Yeah.
is to make sure the data gets into his network.
Yeah, he's probably nice and riled by now. He's gonna go to his guards as soon as he can, but I'm just gonna sneak in. I'm gonna go in through the garage entrance and work my way through the manor. We've been in there before, so I'm not completely unaware of the layout, but mostly am.
Hopefully you'll be in comm range. Doomtread and I will be your eyes out here. Good luck.
Roger.
So, forgive me, anybody that spent a resolve point to get your stamina back, like, put that resolve point back. At the end of a full rest, let me check real quick, that way I am not seeing or being stupid here. Recovering naturally.
Yeah, I've got no stamina. and 6 points.
No, I am unfortunately wrong. I was reading just the recovering stamina points option. Forget what I just said, I'm sorry.
Okay.
So did Sal heal me all the way to full?
He healed you to 6.
Oh, yeah, I have no stamina and 6 points of health. If things go wrong, I'm gonna be dead in a fucking hurry. But we're doing what we can.
Right, right.
Yeah,
You're
I
probably
am
in better
ready.
condition than Baku, and you're like the second best stealth option. There's no way I could fucking do this.
Right. Well, I'm ready for my rolls when necessary to sneak into the mansion.
If
and
I
try and find my
had the health,
guys.
I would definitely be able to do this. I have a +6 to
Alright.
stealth.
So, do you want to just cross across the courtyard, or wrap around behind and come in, or
I'm
what's
gonna
going
try to.
on?
I'm gonna try and stick to the whatever we've observed as the least traveled guard routes. I'm gonna travel along those to get into the garage. I'm gonna try and do it in between times whenever.
That would probably be the garage, honestly.
Yeah.
So you sneak your way across. I'm not going to require a check because, I mean, Doomtrade got you in naturally.
As soon
Right.
as he is inside of the gates and heading towards the garage, I'm gonna switch my comm unit on, and I'm just going to say, "Ankos, come in."
I'm going to have mine on, and I will. Do I hear his transmission?
You do receive a incoming call.
Okay. I'm going to pick it up and just affirm that we have contact still.
All right, let's keep this running.
Yeah, I'm at. Yeah, actually, what I'm
I'll
gonna do
maintain
is
radio silence until absolutely necessary.
all right.
You
Yeah, actually,
mute
do I
your
have? Do I
Skype
have?
call.
Yeah, I was gonna say, do I have an earpiece of some kind?
I would assume that these do come with like earpieces.
Okay, I'm gonna keep an earpiece in, and just we're gonna stay on the line just in case something happens. In case I can't make a call
Understandable.
fast enough.
Affirmative. 447 standing by.
Wish me luck. I'm gonna need it. And then I depart.
So, creeping up to the garage door, you do see that it is like bolted shut to the ground. There is a lock kind of keeping it firmly affixed to a like ring that is planted into the ground. So these things are locked, and you would have to pick it or disable it or whatever to get these garage
Keep in
doors
mind,
open.
I am using the rangefinder he gave me, and I'm keeping an eye on him and his immediate surroundings.
Understandable.
It's
You're
a
just
lock.
taking his camera.
It is the lock purely mechanical, or does it have computer elements?
It
to
is purely mechanical.
purely mechanical. What the hell would I roll to try and pick this thing?
Engineering.
Engineering. That's a trained only skill that I'm not trained in. Should I try it anyways?
I would say if it's not trained, no.
It's
You're just kind of
unfortunate.
seeing that and being like, maybe later.
It's unfortunate that I have a +2 to it and can't use it.
If it's trained skill, unfortunately, you can't use it without a rank.
Right. Okay. Well, that's not going to work. Is there a window I can go in through?
You do see kind of up, there are several taller windows. One on the second story is currently like slid open, presumably because it is kind of hot here. So you'd have to climb up the face of this building to get up into.
That would make me extremely obvious if I don't do it quickly enough, and I'm not athletic. Well, actually, would it be acrobatics to try and climb this building?
I would say that it would be your choice depending on your method of climbing up. If you just climb up, then it's going to be strength. However, if you try to do some parkour shit, like jumping from piece to piece, I would probably make that an acrobatics.
Okay. I am going to try to get close. I'm going to go ahead and see if I can try to monkey my way up to this window via an acrobatics check.
Alright, so
What-
I would like an acrobatics check and a stealth check.
And stealth. Where the fuck is my stealth? Oh, God. Okay, I have more stuff down there. Okay.
Ooh, no.
Where's my...
I wish that roll was higher, but you have a good bonus at least.
Yeah, that's
I mean,
why...
the
yeah,
guard
my
patrols are
acrobatics-
lax. Maybe we'll get lucky.
You
Yeah.
do see the window that is open. You're like, okay, this isn't that bad. You clamber up onto like one of the side rails and just jump and kind of make your way, grab onto a ledge, do one pull up, which makes your muscles burn, and then clamber up to the window seal and basically jump and kind of
So,
roll inside.
Watching him do
Mhm.
this with my rangefinder, can I scan the area and see if any guards noticed him?
You do see one guard just kind of off to the side who hears some strange noise, wraps around, kind of observes for a second with an absence of Anko since he had already slipped inside, and then cracks whatever drink he is currently consuming and continues
So
to just
seeing
make it
that, I
rounds.
breathe a sigh of relief. You're clear, Orion.
So, Ankos, you do like in your mind, it's really fucking cool. You do a roll as you jump through the second story window,
It's
but
probably
like
kinda loud.
you stumble at the very end, and it probably looked pretty stupid. But you're like, that's cool.
Yeah, I'm just gonna hop up, dust myself off, and go. That was better than nothing.
It got you in, and no one noticed. We'll take it.
All right. So I'm gonna try to. I'm looking at the room that I'm in, maybe poking out in the hallway. I'm gonna try to quickly assess where I'm at in the mansion and where I have to go to get to Zacharias.
It is immediately obvious that you are in a bedchamber of some kind.
Hmm.
Does
All
this
right,
camera
there's-
have some kind of infrared I can use to follow you with, or do I no longer have
No.
eyes?
Oh, it's
It's an optical camera.
It's a very plain Jane camera with a zoom on it.
Well, I guess you're totally on your own now. Good luck.
Right. I
And
think
turn off
I might
the
might
camera
just
now. For now.
Yeah,
just-
to save battery, I'm gonna switch the camera
Yeah,
off.
it does have a charge, which I'd say we've probably used a charge of it so far. I can go to my inventory real quick and
Yeah, go ahead and deduct a charge, and as you are like in this specific area, you do hear the sounds of the door opening.
Uh-oh.
of the room that I'm in.
Yes.
Oh, I am going to immediately duck into cover.
Where do you want to hide behind? There is
Actually, am I close enough to the door that I could hide behind the door as it opens?
Oh, you could absolutely do that. There is
I'm
also
gonna-
the option of hiding underneath the bed or inside of the person's closet.
Oh, fucking hell.
I think he's
I'm gonna-
least likely to look under his bed. Because
Yeah.
hiding behind the door is a problem, because if he goes in, stays in the room and closes the door, he'll see you almost fucking instantly.
He will. That I was just hoping to use that for quick egress, but yeah, no. I'm gonna roll into the bed real quick.
So you go ahead and just like drop down prone and just quickly roll underneath this person's bed. The door unlocks and opens, and you see quite delicate-looking shoes stride in. There is a dress that is kind of kept a bit tighter than perhaps like maybe a noble person would be. You reckon that it's some kind of, wow, that's really intense. Some kind of servant.
For a stealth section, I think that's appropriately intense.
Yeah, honestly, this is tense. This is giving me
Wanders
bad
in.
Dishonored vibes.
I have Dishonored too, but I haven't entered it into Foundry yet. But
Thief.
regardless,
Right.
Wish I could be doing like thief
Heads
type shit right now.
into the middle of the room, kind of breathes out a sigh of relief and sets down a basket. And inside you see that there is like bloodied cloth.
I wonder who that came from.
Opens the closet door and begins rummaging and doing shit.
Just gonna sit still and wait for her to leave. Actually, whenever I went in, I wasn't paying attention to details in the room. I'm just going to wait until the coast is clear.
Alright, so as you are staying and just kind of being completely pitch silent, you do hear her kind of like shatter to herself, like, that was really risky. I need to stop doing that. It's getting so bad now. And after a quick redressing, seems to get ready to leave again, and then exits the room.
I'm gonna wait for maybe about a minute after she leaves to make sure she doesn't double back and that she's far enough away that she's not gonna hear anything. Then I'm gonna roll back out from under the bed and work my way to the door, very slowly opening it and then starting to look out into the hallway, looking toward with the intention of going towards the main office.
Since you waited about a minute, sorry, and you open the door and look into the hallway, it is completely empty. You do recall having gone through this place before, and we will transition to a new slide.
Cool.
In the upstairs area, you do recall the general layout, so you can make your way to his office if you'd like.
Okay, I'm going to do so. I'm going to be
Fair
trying
enough.
to conceal the sound of my footsteps to the best of my knowledge and listening for approaching ones.
Alright, make a stealth check.
All right then. Do that again.
Okay.
15.
Alright.
As you reach the
Respectable.
boundary of the manor's study, go ahead and make a perception check.
Fucking there it is. 18.
Hell yeah.
Competent rolls. Spectacular.
Both of those rolls were average.
You do hear a bit of a rummaging sound inside of the study.
Is the door closed?
The door is closed.
Rummaging. I'm gonna get on the comm real quick and I'm gonna whisper, "Is he still on the balcony?"
I'm going to look up towards the balcony.
He is.
Currently,
Must-
he is still on the balcony. Yes.
It must be a servant. Maybe she's just in there, or maybe there's somebody in there just helping with something. If there is a room across, oh fuck, I don't want to just start dipping into random rooms. I feel like that could go horribly, but yeah, no. I'm going to go to a room across the hall from his office. Try to listen for any noise in that one, and if I think I can find a clear room, I'm going to go in there and I'm going to wait until somebody leaves his.
Fair enough. You go ahead and slip inside another empty room, and judging from its lack of just life in general, there's no plants or anything in here, you reckon that this is some kind of guest bedroom that hasn't seen use in some while.
So, I would like to say that I'm scanning over the entire manor to look for disturbances and indiscrepancies, but I also want to be paying special attention to Zacharias, and the moment he leaves his balcony, I want to know.
Alright, I will keep that in mind.
Cool.
So you're gonna wait a while until they exit the study?
Yeah, I want to see whoever's in there. I'm hoping it's just another aide doing some menial task and that they'll depart soon.
Yeah, after a couple of minutes, the door does open, and you see a pretty well-dressed younger man, still in a servant attire, exit. He simply wraps around the corner and continues moving.
All right, cool. As soon as once he leaves, once again, I'm going to wait just a short period of time, and then I'm going to creep into the door behind him. The door is on the opposite side of the stage from the balcony, right?
Yeah, the study is on the opposite side of the house, so you'd have to head the other way in order to make it to the balcony.
Okay.
You go ahead and creep into the study.
Yeah, I'm gonna sneak in, get in there, get behind him, and try to use this computer and upload the files on there. And then I will leave them open.
Right. It is a simple matter to get access to his computer, because it's literally sitting there on his desk. It's another matter to log into said computer, so I will require a computer's check.
All right, too easy.
A 16.
Skills
you
money
go-
time.
You go through a rudimentary hacking process and quickly determine that it is a simple pin code combination, apparently not too fond of worded passwords. And after a bit of trial and error, you deduce the password is a simple combination, and it unlocks. Go ahead and set up your video recording and log off, or keep it on.
I'm going to put the video recording onto the desktop. I don't suppose if there's a way that I can schedule it to start auto playing about 1 minute after I leave, I'm going to do that, and I'm going to turn up the volume on.
I mean, I could. Is there any way you could just like open it in the computer's media player and just maximize it and pause it so that he'll think to like press play or something?
I could do that, and if I can, I'd
That
like
what you
to
wanna do?
attach. Yeah, I'm gonna do that. I'm gonna attach a note file on the computer somewhere that explains what this is.
You know how
Yeah.
like Windows 7 had the shitty sticky note?
Oh
Yeah. Yeah, basically all I'm gonna do is I'm going to put in this is solid, undeniable proof that you have a traitor in your midst. Jackson tried to kill us, and he's been trying to kill the people of Gilead. I'd suggest you clean house and talk to Stu as soon as possible to fix your reputation.
So as you finish your notepad entry, your little sticky note, you see swiping in from the corner of the screen a coiled piece of metal that looks like a spring, and through the through the speakers of the computer,
Uh-oh.
it looks like you're trying to perform morally justified subterfuge. Would you like some help with that?
Fucking
It's not grounded.
Clippy.
His name is
Hey.
Springy, not Clippy. Shush.
Cold fucking sweat. I look up to see if Zacharias heard that.
Zacharias is not in the office, so you are
Okay.
here alone.
All right. Well, if that's the case, then I am going to go ahead and I have the computer set up. I am going to make for the door, and then before I leave, I'm going to look around for something that I can knock on the floor before I head out to maybe draw his attention back into the office.
He's on the opposite
Keeping
side.
in mind
of
that
the
he is on the opposite side of the building on the balcony. He is
Oh,
not anywhere near
Is
the
this a
study.
laptop or a desktop?
This is some kind of like laptop. This is not a desktop computer.
God, what happens if he's not the first person to get to this computer? If
It's
Jackson gets
a
to it before
laptop. You could move it.
I could. Yeah, I guess I'm gonna do that. I'm gonna pick up the laptop and I'm gonna take it with me. I'm gonna try and bring it to his study, the balcony.
Alrighty, you cross ways, leaving the office, and as soon as you do, you catch the sound of boot steps, and immediately, like, catch your breath as you see Jackson rounding the corner,
Oh.
not into the room, but he is walking across the hallway. So I would need a stealth check to avoid, like, triggering
Ooh,
this
Jesus.
dude.
Ooh,
This is
fuck.
the part where that one happened.
Oh,
Don't fucking,
absolutely.
please
I'm
don't
not the-
say that.
No.
Well,
A 12.
Ugh,
Mm,
I'm out. Cheers, guys.
no!
If he gets eye contact with me, I'm running.
So the interesting thing is, he walks across to the hallway, stops right at the door crack in the manor's study, turns and looks. There's this second or two of eye contact as your breath kind of freezes. And then he continues walking.
oh,
I don't trust that. My cover's blown. I'm getting out.
that's worse than him just immediately attacking you.
Yep. I'm gonna go use the
And
restroom.
he's like, I'm going to fuck you over now.
Well then, fuck. This kind of fell apart. Yeah, no. I think my best option now is just to get the fuck out before he gets his guards on me.
Are
'cause
you, are
he-
you,
Wait,
are
he's
you
seen me before.
saying on comm that you're pulling out?
I'm going to come on the comm and just go. Jackson just looked right at me.
Were you able
He
to,
did not.
were
he
you
did
able to
not.
plant the, were you able to plant the information?
I have the laptop on me, but I do not know if there's a way that I can deliver to Zacharias now without being caught. I don't know why he's not trying
Do
to
you
kill
think
me.
there's any chance you could beat him to Zacharias?
And then, oh god, that's dangerous as shit. I guess I could try. You know what? Fuck it. He just kept moving. I'm gonna go to Zacharias. I'm gonna be like, all right, fuck it. My cover's blown. There's something going on here, but I don't know what it is. I'm gonna try to continue working my way to Zacharias.
Alrighty. You go ahead and round out of the fucking office. Are you even trying to be stealthy now, or are you just rushing?
At this point, I'm like, fuck it. I'm just going to be in a fast walk. I'm just gonna try and look like I'm supposed to be here.
Yeah, you start fast walking, and as you round the corner, standing in that fucking "what do you want" pose from Elden Ring is Jackson again. Having crossed seemingly supernaturally to the other side, and he is waiting for you in kind of just that leaning against the wall pose.
Oh no.
Well, I guess now we're gonna have a little talk then, or he's gonna kill me. Probably the second.
So,
If you
what
need,
exactly is your plan in coming here?
To talk to your liege.
And you think you have the right to do that? Why?
Well, because you are sullying his family name, and I think he'd like to know very much about that. Do you think this is really the best way to honor your lord? Hiring thugs to kill peasants?
I am doing my best to honor our lord, Reinhold, not his selfish usurper.
Do you think that you honor his memory with your actions?
I believe I do.
Well, I guess I'll ask then. What was Reinhold like? What did he do in life that makes you think that this is the appropriate way to carry on his legacy?
In order to explain that, I would recommend that we both leave this particular entrance. I've never been fond of talking in hallways. Plenty of people to witness the occasion.
Since
I have my mic open right now.
yeah. Since Ankos has the fucking comm running, I can hear him talk, so I know he's talking with Zachariah. Sorry, with Jackson. Can I hear Jackson too? How sensitive is the mic?
I'd
imagine you can hear Jackson.
Okay, cool. I'm just curious. I'm gonna stay quiet and listen in.
Well, does he have a weapon on him right now?
Oh yeah, he has a sword and pistol.
I have
not currently equipped, but on his side.
I have an 11 AC and 6 points of health. If I try to run, if I get attacked at all, I'm going to die. So I need to do this peacefully. I'm going to just kind of motion to him. Sure, let's go have a chat.
So you go ahead and wander your way into a fairly nice, accommodating chamber. In fact, it's the same one that Zacharias basically just sat you down in.
I'm gonna take a leak and get some water. Feel free to continue.
And you both go ahead and take a seat.
Yeah, I'm just going to set the laptop down on a table. This thing's pretty much useless to me now.
He does put a hand on it and kind of slide it to the middle and prop open the screen. That way he can see what's playing. I see you took some video footage of me.
Yeah,
Impressive. You have quite the resolve, in fact. I'm very impressed.
one of our party members has his moments, and that was his quick fix to getting something on you. But doesn't seem like it matters now, does it?
So, take a seat, ask some questions, and then I will ask some of my own.
All right, very well. So, this old lord you served, how long ago was this?
Somewhere around the realm of 6 decades. I really don't keep track anymore.
Right, with your predisposition, you don't age like an old person does. I'd say you're keeping
Exactly.
well.
As well as one can keep.
Fair. I don't think I've ever added them to my inventory, but I'd like to imagine that my character has a pack of smokes I hold on to for whenever I'm extremely stressed the fuck out. I'm gonna pull one out and offer him one, and then actually I'll ask. Wait, can I smoke in here?
I do not smoke,
Yeah,
but you
well,
can smoke in here.
No, it's fine. It's fine. I'll put these away. Anyways, so I get it. Gilead's a gross, grubby little town of inbred fools, but
It's
why
not just that.
But why so much ire towards it? What are these nothings, these nobodies? What have they done to you?
In the days after the storming of the Perendor Keep, it fell upon Gilead to prevent our society from falling apart. They had plenty of resources to continue their way of living. They wouldn't have even had to be subservient, I suppose is the way you would put it. But with their newfound syndicate rule and a lack of an overall architecture of law and order, these animals tore apart our family home, tore apart their home, and then blamed us for every issue that plagued them. They had the opportunity to cooperate, to help, but instead they looked to each other, found what they wanted, and in their greed, it led to their doom. They are better off elsewhere. And hiring thugs, as you so excellently put it. It was never my intent to kill anyone. Not particularly.
I'm back to what I said.
Well, you damn near did it with us. Not that I can blame you for that.
Well, when you so excellently thwart my plans that were decades in the making, I did become a bit angry.
It's
I
fine.
may have lost my
That's-
cool there. a bit.
That being said,
All right.
your intentions are to go to
My
our Lord
intention was-
Zacharias and inform him as to my treachery.
It was. We owe a debt of gratitude to the town of Gilead, and our last action for them was to try and smooth things over between you and them and your lord. And, well, I suppose not all promises can be filled. But tell
I
me, though,
suppose it's my time for questions now. You owe them a debt, but you haven't exactly explained in detail as to what you owe them.
pretty mundane, actually. We were in a very serious crash from a shuttle, from a vessel that went down in orbit. The townspeople and their local doctor recovered us and saved our lives. It is, without exaggeration, play, or hyperbole to say that we do owe them our lives. Although, I also, at the same time, am not eager to throw that away over whatever this is.
And what is this to you exactly?
Playing politics in a backwater when I have actual work to do?
And what is the work you intend to do?
Well, I have business in the main capital city. I do private eye work.
Ah. Oh, I believe I've heard of your investigative service. You have an office up in Hallands, the capital of Drovania, if I am to be certain.
Yeah, if it wasn't for a stroke of extremely horrid luck, I'd already be there. What else do you want to
Forgive
know?
me if this is too forward, but is it entirely outside of the realm of possibility to just leave these outside matters to those that started them?
It would probably be the wisest thing to do, but I have to try as much as I can, try and prevent any future hostilities between you and the people. You're right, they're ingrates, and they're not very bright, but at the same time, you're condemning the children for the crimes of the father. None of the people that are in that town are the ones that betrayed your lord, the king. What's his name again?
Lord Reinhold.
Reinhold. None of the people there are the ones who betrayed Reinhold. These are their kin. All of the ones that you really would have deserved your ire have been in the dirt for years now, I'd assume. Is it really a good idea to continue on with this grudge?
I've asked myself that more than a couple of times. I've even contemplated leaving this estate and venturing on my own fate. But there's something about Gilead, something about the keep, something about the manor that draws me here. I assume that you know of my supernatural origins.
Very little. I'm from the core world of the Syndicate. People, things like you, I know very, very little about beyond fantasy.
Well, then, allow me to elaborate further. Lord Reinhold was a part of a cursed lineage, one that was host to a supernatural hunger. Though not all of the Stenham family partake in such matters, chief among them being Zacharias himself, who was merely a half-breed. I was taken into the family as a sort of protege, a spawn. And when Reinhold passed, I became a fully fledged Moria.
Hmm.
It's
Interesting.
not just the idea of them betraying them, but an actual feeling, a tether, like I am bound to this place and the gifts that it still contains. I feel like,
And it
given
makes you
time...
let go of the resentment you feel towards the townspeople.
Exactly, you get it.
I do.
If given enough time, we could fix it. Sure, we've lost the strained House Baldur, forgive me. We've lost that aristocratic power. But in this disgusting capitalism, something beautiful could be reformed.
Right. I mean, I actually have to ask then, why not just take... I know you're not directly of the royal descended blood, but why not take Zacharias' place? Why do you abide him so much?
Again, it's to call back on old ties. Long ago, when I was still a part of the house, I had sworn to protect Zacharias, more specifically Reinhold and his lineage. It's not so simple a matter to turncoat your own family.
That is true. Well, you have anything else you'd like to know?
Going to
I
let my dog
suppose.
in real quick.
Out of all of them, the only one that seemed to emerge unscathed was the armored one. What's with him?
Just a forgotten relic. Somebody who we found by circumstance and stays with us by circumstance. And either through pure robustness or damn blind luck, I guess he managed to hold himself together in the last fight.
Common theme. Relics from the past. Dwelling still.
Indeed.
All right, I'm back.
What if I gave you all something? Something you could use. In exchange, you left.
Well, quite frankly, I'm in no position to negotiate. If you wanted to, you could kill me right now, and it wouldn't even take a drop of sweat. So,
But on
if
the
you're
other
so
hand,
generous to offer me something in such a imbalanced position, I can only assume that I'm gonna have to accept.
I want this to be accepted of your own volition. I don't want you to just turn coat as soon as I turn my back and run straight to Zacharias. Lord knows what he would do with that information. Tear apart his household, and render me no longer of his service.
Well, even theoretically speaking, even if Zacharias did have this information, and I gestured to the laptop, you're the captain of the guard. Surely you have strong allegiances here. Do you think that he would even be able to throw you out if he had this evidence? Because I'm not certain he could.
He is an excellent duelist, always of the hot-headed nature, perhaps even stronger than I am. But
That's surprising.
it might be. He was always of a martial nature rather than smarts. He was an up-and-coming knight, if you would have it believed.
I see him as a frail old man. I never really caught a feeling of. I never had a feeling of strength to him.
Well, it's been 60 years. He
Fair.
is still a half-breed. Dampire is what they were referred to. He can still stroll about in the light, though later on it might come back to bite him. When he was a child, he was next in line for another war suit to join his father to protect the land. He was never meant to be the head of the family. He never had the brains for it.
Fair. Unfortunate.
He's just sad and decaying. Regardless, my previous points.
Yes.
There is a vault northeast of here, hidden away, tucked into the jungle, the forest. Sorry, not jungle. Forgive me, the DM's being stupid.
The what? Just kidding.
And inside of this vault, there are a handful of items that might be considered precious to you and your party. If I gave you the means to access this vault, would you agree to leave Gilead?
I very much do not like leaving behind half-buried business, but it's strange.
You would have my full assurance that no one else would be hurt. I will personally see to their evacuation.
Sense motive. Is he lying to me when he says this?
You can roll sense motive if you want.
Ooh.
Not bad.
At 22, you do get a sense that he is, like, maybe, just kind of from his privileged position, maybe crossing a line. Like, he may not be willing to do just that.
So I feel like he might.
So
Is it a matter of
I'm
maybe-
gonna
maybe
gonna
saying
speak
it,
up for the
leaving it
first
in?
time. I'm gonna speak up for the first time in this conversation into Ankos' ear.
Oh yeah, please do.
You never struck me as the type to take a bribe, Ankos.
Well, I can't really respond to that because I don't want him necessarily knowing.
I don't expect you to. I just wanted to put that in your ear.
Listen, it's not about accepting a bribe. It's about the fact that I don't have an option here. I'm not gonna fucking die for nothing.
Oh,
Your offer is
somebody
generous.
else is on a call with you, I presume. You can put them on the speakerphone if you'd like.
I'll wait for a response from 447. See if you have anything to say.
To him, nothing in particular.
He doesn't want to talk very much.
Sad.
Any such cases?
Quite frankly, I could probably drop this matter through lack of options, but we're not a hive mind, and as you know, there's a few of us. I'd have to ask them what their intentions are. Also, whenever he was talking about just how can I say this? So whenever he said, this is out of character, me asking the GM. The sense motive role I had where I was checking to see if he was being genuine about not harming the people of the town. Did you say that I felt like he was lying to me, or that I felt like he
You
just
felt
was
like he
outside
might
of
be
his
crossing a personal line, like he's probably going to hurt them, even if he says he's not going to. Or rather, he's willing to do a lot of things to get rid of them.
Hmm. All right. Well, how about this? I'll take this offer back to my companions, and I'll give you an answer. I've lost this battle today, so I will take some time, collect my thoughts, and let you know. In return, I'll leave that laptop with you to do with you as you wish. Do we have a deal for now?
Oh,
For the moment.
Very well. I'll show myself out. And then I'm going to stand up and make my way out. No longer trying to be stealthy or hide anything, just walking out the front
and
gate.
you hear one word over the comm. Shit.
And, Orion,
Hmm.
I would like to mention there is something in the vault that can take you to the capital.
Well, that's tempting. I'll keep it in mind. Thank you for your time. I say with just a pang of bitterness under
So
my
I
breath.
had to, out of character, I had to step away briefly to put my dog outside and get some water. What exactly was said?
He asked about you, and I've said I tried to give up as little information on you as possible. I just said you're a relic from another time,
Ah.
and that you made it through that encounter either by sheer robustness or blunt luck.
That wasn't apparently there in the fight.
But either way, I tried. He asked specifically about you because he's probably got a bit of a grudge since you broke his fucking jaw. I just tried not to give him anything on you.
Okay, that's good, but I mean, what exactly was said about Kiliad?
Gilead? Oh, well, he hates the town for what their forefathers did to his former liege, abandoning them, splitting the house. And I tried to remind him that the people that he has a grudge with are not the same people. They're the descendants, generations down. But
I'm
it's
gonna use
he
restroom
has
real
an
quick.
irrational hatred towards the town people, and I don't think that he's going to stop.
And
trying to
he intends to run them off.
he feels betrayed by them, and he does not want them on his lands.
Okay.
And as long as he's here, from what I can tell, he's going to keep going. But like
And
I've said,
he's attempting to bribe us to...
to leave.
Yeah.
And being that I've said, I've already been caught. He's not going to let me go within a mile of Zacharias, and in a fight right now against a guy like this, I stand less than no chance of winning. And my
Okay.
character may be good in alignment, but I'm not suicidal.
Alright, well then I guess I'm up to speed now.
Yeah, so I'm gonna head out. I'm just gonna go right out the front fucking gate, and I'm gonna call
Go
it.
right at the front gate, and you do pass by a couple of the servants that you had seen previously, and they're just like, "Oh my, I didn't realize we had guests." And you cross by the one whose room you had stalked through, and it's just kind of strange, the entire like state of events, like her hauling in like bloodied rags. Regardless, you leave afterwards, go right through the courtyard into the watchful eye of the soldiers, and cross back into Doomtread and 447's path.
Yeah, I would like to note too, once I'm outside of the courtyard and outside of watchful eyes, if there's a wall or a tree, I'm just gonna unload a punch into it, shake my head, and then get in.
So,
Yeah,
upon
it's my
Ankos
frustration.
returning, I'm just gonna say, I trust that was all just talk to get you out of there. We're not seriously considering accepting a bribe.
Punching
No,
a
he's
tree hurts.
Listen, he's gonna kill those people if we leave him to it. I just need to get out.
I'm glad we're on the same page.
It
Alright,
would-
we need a new
Don't get me
plan.
wrong. I'm sick and tired of this place, but I don't think I'd get a good night's sleep for fucking years if I decided to leave as
You
things are.
said you weren't able to upload the evidence to Zacharias' comm unit because you lacked the contact information.
Yes.
We need to find a way to get it onto his comm unit remotely. We can't risk another venture like this. We got away with it once. I don't think we get away with it a second time.
I guess we could try to talk to Sal. Don't they have contact of some kind?
I don't recall.
No, they shouldn't, actually.
You can ask him. We're going to have to talk with everyone about this anyway.
Yeah, let's regroup and I'll share. Let's share our conversation. And after this,
I appreciate you being guarded when he asked about me.
It's obvious he's going to have a grudge against you. I'd rather not give him any ammunition against you.
Right.
All right, let's go.
So, you all are going to go back to the village?
Yeah, I'm gonna fucking wipe off all this flop sweat because of how fucking nervous I am. But yeah,
All right, you go back to Gilead, explain the predicament to the rest of your party, and convene for another meeting deciding what you're going to do.
okay. Now you've all heard. The plan went
Not as
well,
south as
not
not as
not as
south as this could have gone, but
yeah, I could have been killed right then and there. But I suppose if he murdered somebody in his mansion, that would be hard to explain.
regardless,
It's
it
a very good
was
possibility I was spared, not because he cared to keep me alive, just because killing me would have been a potential inconvenience for him.
would have stained the carpet.
Or you could say lit a motivation for us to actually continue, and he's hoping to route the issue off before the rest of us can act.
I mean, we have proven to be quite the headache. I'd imagine he would rather just as we go.
Sal, Enkos brought something up. Do you have Zacharias' comm information?
I do have it, but I have a feeling sending something from my comm unit to him would be swiftly ignored. But if, say, you sent it from
Can't-
yours, I think that would.
Exactly.
I
I
don't
was
know.
thinking perhaps you could give the information to Orion, and perhaps he can do the transfer. It's our last option, as far as I'm concerned.
I can do
Because as I look around the room, I assume none of you are interested in taking this bribe.
I'm just going to look
It wouldn't
and
be.
just say,
It would not be right. These people have done too much for us to throw them under the bus like that.
that is
I would
true.
like to just get back to the capital city, but
there's still also-
We are within reach of leaving this place behind, but we're going to do it right.
I suppose.
Realistically speaking, there's only so much we can do for these people. But
At the very least, I want Jackson's deception to be exposed to everyone involved. If it comes down to war for whatever reason, there's not much we're going to be able to do to save Gilead. We should just admit that. But if the rest of House Stinham is turned against Jackson's deception, there might be a chance for Gilead to survive.
And they'll be too busy with their own internal affairs to worry about the people of Gilead.
And even in his dilapidated state, Doomtread will provide some measure of defense if things come to blows again.
all right, well, Saltegris, give me your comm information.
I have returned.
I'm going to pull it out and just hold it up.
We're going to have to get close to the manor again, but that shouldn't be a problem, I imagine.
Well,
We should give it a day or two to let Jackson drop his guard.
I agree. Did you get the impression he's going to move again soon?
I get the impression that he's not going to leave the matter alone. I have no idea when he's going to act again, though.
Let's hope it's
but
not
this
within
time
the
we
next
can't
few
have
days.
someone there for him to lash out against. We're gonna have to. I hope the connection from wherever you were planning on sending this is. We'll be able to reach Zacharias' comm
The
unit.
vantage point I had, I was able to get eyes on Zacharias. I saw him standing on his balcony, and I had a clear signal through to Ankos while he was exploring the manor. There's definitely an out-of-sight position that's within transmission range.
If nothing else, maybe me and Yorick can...
Yard can fit inside the cabin as well. Maybe
Not necessarily that, just maybe find some way to fit a bigger battery pack in my comm unit to give it a better transmission, or give it a transmission boost.
so consult with him. But either way, I'm gonna hold it up and transfer it over.
All right, I'm going to take your contact
And
information.
Now that we have the evidence, even if getting it into the right hands is a problem, I'm going to look towards Sal. You promised full disclosure for your informant. And
Indeed.
over the past few days, I have seemed to remember that a certain bandit we were interrogating name-dropped Mouse. I'm not going to go around accusing people of things I'm not sure of, but I'm going to guess you've been in contact with him.
Indeed. As I said, I would say give full disclosure, and the fact is you were almost at the end of finding it out for yourself.
Saltegris, you do realize how dangerous it is to harbor somebody like that.
And
I'm not
despite
talking...
the fact,
And despite the fact he got people killed, and he's a turncoat. Hiding his information from us like that was a stupid idea.
But it paid off in the
So
end.
you're
It got us the
confirming
evidence.
Mouse
Yes,
was.
it did.
So
It didn't
at
get
this
us
point, I'm gonna look towards Sal. You're confirming Mouse was your informant, and he was the one who tipped off the Ashvale bandits.
Indeed. I'm just gonna kind of lean back, just just kind of casually. He was the former partner of the one I was supposed to be meeting in the capital, and thus a bad deal gone south had seen them part ways and led him to being picked up in the employ of those mercenaries.
It really does rub me the wrong way to blackmail someone, use them, and then throw them under the bus, but
Well,
given
you
he was
see,
responsible for that attack, he should face justice for that. Even
Zessie,
even if it was his information that allowed us to get evidence.
perhaps
Perhaps
instead of
Stu will take that
actively
into
persecuting
consideration.
him, I say that's if you are so adamant about it, I would say go to Stu and let him work it out. Give him the information without us saying one way or the other. Promote both sides to the point that yes, this happened, but now he has helped perhaps stop this. He was
he's
instrumental in this.
complicit in murder, Saltegris.
I'm just going to look at him in the eyes and just say, as I said, leave it up to the locals. It isn't. We're definitely not part of the criminal justice system
Since at
around
this
here.
point I'm gonna look at Ankos, there is a chain of command, and Stu is the one who needs to be informed of this. He's the law enforcement here.
If we have no more use for Mouse, I have no intention of keeping a traitor in our midst.
It's ultimately Stu's decision what happens to Mouse. We're not the arbiters of the law, but at the same
Oh, I
time,
know
the
that.
law needs to be made aware.
I know that, but I know exactly what's going to happen to him.
If we do not inform Stu, we are just as guilty as Mouse.
Mouse?
No
I say,
qualms about
poking
that.
out of the pillow fort, finally waking up after this long conversation. He was the one?
Yes.
Okay.
So the question. So here's my question: do you think that this Mouse of yours has any more relevant information you could give to us, or is there anything stopping us from just handing this information to Stu and being done with it? I don't want to get a knife in the back one of these days or have my information betrayed by
We've
somebody.
done quite a bit enough blackmail. I think the time has come.
Fair. How about this? I'll go sometime in the evening. Maybe swing by the tavern and get a drink on the way there. If you want to go tell Mouse to get lost in the meantime, maybe you can. Tell him that maybe he can choose between an angry mob or wandering into the wasteland. I'll leave that decision up to you.
Truthfully, I would think it would just be best to remove the problem from the area without dragging, everything else into what would be a criminal proceeding or
What are you
unfair
trying to say,
justice.
Saul? Do you want us to remove him? Do you want us to take him with you? Want to adopt him or something?
No,
I'm
not
saying
quite.
give him
I
the
mean,
I'm saying I will give you one thing. If he's an associate of yours, I'll give you the opportunity to tell him to get the hell out of town before
Even
they
that's
drag
far
him.
too generous and is circumventing legal procedure.
I mean, the lands outside of Kiliad are so dangerous, I would hardly call it a mercy, but he at least won't be fucking drawn and quartered.
He may not
Once
be
again,
drawn and quartered anyway. It's up to Stu, and we need to make it clear that while he did tip off the bandits, his intel was also vital in finding proof of who was controlling them to begin with.
besides, that's why I'm still half a mind about him, is because despite the fact he did put us in danger due to leaking out our endeavors, I managed to persuade him against such ventures.
My personal feelings about him are irrelevant. There are facts, and I'm going to present those to Stu.
Either way, as I said, I kept to my end of the deal. I have been nothing but honest with you whenever
you
push to the
have
shove. Hid, yes, but outright
I'm
lied,
not
no.
questioning the results. I am pointing out that you're cagey with information, and
Do you not have secrets that you can't discuss with others?
not
And
that secrets that could potentially harm the rest of the party.
who knows?
precisely.
People like Mouse are dangerous. Us not knowing who he was just for the matter of personal security was already a problem.
You want to know about me? Here's all you need to know. They grew me in a vat to kill people. I have a number for a name. Happy?
And yet you, serving a military, would have knowledge on many military secrets that would, probably if you let loose, they would have justifiably killed you for, correct?
You're talking in vague semantics about maybe 447 or any of us here has some other information that we're not supposed to leak. I'm very much talking about the fact that you harbored a goddamn criminal.
To be honest,
I'm not talking in vague. All right, you
And the
like to
fact
use
of the
vague,
matter, as much as I
nebulous terms, and I'm going to put this into something incredibly cement for you. You harbored and you aided and embedded a murderer for all I care. This man is a threat to us and these people. Somebody like him that can betray those who gave him food and shelter and cause them to lose some of their number is not somebody you should ever try to sacrifice.
And to add on to that, Sal, as I said, I'm not questioning your results, and if I'm being objective, you made the right call. If we went by what I had to do, what I wanted to do, we would never have gotten that evidence. I'll give you credit
and
where
that's
it's
the
due.
point I am trying to make. I
But that
am
doesn't
not
mean I have to like your morals.
I am not trying to protect him, as you had said, forever or employ him. I am trying to ensure that we do not lose a valuable asset before it's time to cut loose. The fact that he put me and thus my associates in danger due to him not keeping his mouth shut. Apparently, he found his job more important than the fear he has of my family.
Regardless,
Thus, I will not, how should I say it, consider him a long-term asset.
even if it was the prudent thing to do and it produced results, you still protected a murderer. That's fact.
For as long as needed, but as I had planned, you guys were going to confront me on it. I anticipated that you would want this information. What you do with it is not my concern. I held up my end of the bargain with Mouse.
At the very least, you can see why we might not be on the same page as you. It seems like your moral compass is a little south of ours.
Tends with the dealings that I've grown up in. Sadly, just doing what I was trained.
Well then, as far as I'm concerned, this is settled. We're going to go tell Stu about what happened and we'll present the facts, and then it's up to law enforcement what happens to Mouse.
If I might make a suggestion, I would say we leave that as one of the last sorts of business we do before leaving Kiliad. Because right now, Stu is going to be probably negotiating with Zacharias, and that's probably the last thing he needs.
What do
is
you
his
mean
talent.
right now? It's going to be hard to get him into contact with Zacharias.
You really want to put this town into a tumble when they
If
needed to
we
be a unified
must,
front.
our very next course of action should be to return to the transmission point and send Zacharias the evidence remotely, then return here.
Yes, and on our way out, when we leave this settlement, you turn him over, whichever the case. I will not say a word to him because,
Continuing
as
to
far as
extort
he
Mouse,
knows,
I see.
you know,
I have
I
to
would
wonder.
rather.
Do you plan on throwing any of us under the bus when we stop being useful to you?
To be honest, no.
Hmm.
Whenever Mouse became, let's just say, employed in this line of business, he knew the risks. He broke one of the, let's just say, sacred covenants. If you're going to be stabbing your employers in the back, making double dealings, you better be powerful enough to at least deal with the consequences. He was not,
And
and thus
besides, I don't think we're
cast
going
aside.
to stick together long enough for Sal to have the opportunity to stab us in the back. Once this Kiliad business is in the rearview mirror, we all have different places to be.
Agreed.
I
Indeed.
really want to check out what happened with the road. What were they?
I'm gonna look at 447 and just say, if you are worried about me backstabbing, there is a general rule about my family. For associates we work with, we do what we agreed to do, regardless of the circumstances involved. As long as you do not betray me, you have nothing to fear from me.
Believe me, I'm not afraid. As I said, We're not going to be around long enough to put that to the
Mhm.
test.
I'm just gonna shrug. I kept to my word at every given point. At least give me that.
I've given you plenty
And
of due
considering the matter
credit.
of I'm just gonna kind of relax back on the couch and then just kind of wait
Clear
him
it.
off.
I'm just gonna shake my head and turn it back to 447. All right, well, so what do you want to do? Do you want to go ahead and try and get this information to Zacharias now, or do you want to wait a few days for Jackson to let his guard down?
I think we should wait a few days.
Didn't Levi just say he left though?
Yeah, but what else are we gonna do? Just sit in silence? I mean, if we want to fucking,
we
if we
can
want to have,
talk.
if we want to have character interaction a bit, there's nothing wrong with that.
Hell, for the last like 10 minutes has just been character talking. None of that would require a GM for anything.
So
So Yari's is going to go to Ankos and ask him, so you came here to investigate the terraformers, yes?
Crap, I did mention I was here for that. Yes, I did. That is the assignment that originally dragged me out to this hellhole of a planet where I have done everything but proper investigating.
So did
If you're
they
at-
have
Go ahead.
did they have any information about terraformers other than they stopped working? Or is that what you are here for? Why they stopped working?
It's been implied they might be sabotaged, and one of the reasons why I'm here is to find out how true that statement is.
Oh.
Mind you, I didn't tell you that information. That's a little bit of an insider secret right now. And
wouldn't make
Yari
sense,
just
though.
gonna make a zipper over his non-existent mouth. Understood. Understood.
We are seeing the result of the syndicate's, how should we say, lack of control over the population. The nobility and aristocrats still exist, so it would imply that there is a resistance to it. And it might be a scorched earth tactic.
it could be
They
a
can't have
resistance,
it.
be terrorist actions. It could be a competing organization or some kind. It could be a military action. Nobody knows yet, and that's why I'm here.
Well-
Because unfortunately, due to a lot of legal gray work and issues of, I suppose, jurisdiction, a non-government affiliated agency is a good pick for this.
Being as I'm
Hiring
not
private for me to deal with a problem in the backwater.
Well,
seeing as
despite the
I'm not,
fact, in order to, how should we say, if you wish for help, I might know some people who would be able to direct you or get you information on where you can go. My contacts tend to know where such organizations dwell. Same circles.
Well, I'll have to see what my own investigations crop up with before linking out, but I might have to take you up on that offer at some point. I just have to see what infrastructure I have on this planet so far and who's seen what.
and I
My
could
first
probably
assignment, frankly, I don't even know where to start on a lot of this,
you
but
know,
I'll
it
figure
occurs
out.
to me that both Darian and the Doctor haven't reformed.
Wait, they're not
Maybe.
back? I thought they were just in town somewhere. They're not back yet?
No, I haven't seen them.
They disappeared much like how you had.
You
So,
reappeared right next to us in the middle of the battlefield, even though you weren't there. If they had
So-
reappeared yet, they would have been nearby us too, would they have not?
I suppose so.
Aspect did mention something like this.
I
They
can't
I
do
guess
some
that's
point.
another thing to consider.
explain what happened to me. I was sneaking along with Vaku trying to get those purifier parts, and I just couldn't grab anything.
So
I
upon
couldn't
upon
see
hearing
anything.
Sal say
Nothing.
aspect, I'm gonna like kind
You
of
just turned to dust and just disappeared.
upon hearing Sal say aspect, I'm gonna lift my head a bit, and that's something else that I hadn't considered. We're all bound together through her in a way. We might not be able to split up.
That's actually a scary thought.
That's Sal's actually gonna stop like reading on his pad and just kind of think about that. Oh no.
Oh, fuck,
Right.
does that mean I drag you all along with me to go find out what happened with these goddamn terraformers?
Well, we're going to have to
I-
figure
I have
something
no-
out because I'm not staying on this planet any longer than I have to. I need to report back to Concordia. If
Well,
they
it's
still
okay.
exist.
Well,
After I get healed up, I need to get back to my side businesses.
that does pose A terrifying thought, though. If we get too far away from each other, our aspect, could we just lose ourselves again?
I hope
Scared.
not.
We're going to have to
Even
ask her
if
about this.
She
there may
probably
be
won't know
people we
at
can
all.
contact.
She seems to not even have a great idea of what she is or what she can do.
She doesn't. I.
Because there is no way I'm abandoning my post if it still exists.
Then in that case, we try to
All I can
find
say
someone who
is,
knows what's
Don't
going
get
on.
your that, but you know, can't rightly just go AWOL.
I didn't have a
Until-
choice.
Oh no, you didn't. As far as the Concordia is concerned, if they still exist, you were a casualty.
If it's been as long as you say it has, then they probably think I'm dead. I need to
I wonder
let
if we
them
could-
know that isn't the case.
I would be completely unsurprised if your name isn't carved onto a concrete pillar somewhere.
The fact of the matter is, I have to confront reality that it's been hundreds of years, and it seems no one I speak with is aware of Concordia. I may have to accept the eventuality that they lost the war.
Well, I would hate to tell you this, but I mean,
What
I'm
war
from
are
the
you talking about?
from the Syndicate homeworld, the heart of civilization and a great deal of the galaxy, and I've never heard of your Concordia.
That's
They're-
very
they were keeping-
reassuring.
That wasn't really the goal. I'm just trying to tell you what's up.
So, upon hearing Vaku say what war, I'm just going to plainly say the one I was created to fight.
What war would that be?
The Hallowed.
The Hallowed.
They were, or perhaps are, a gathering, an organization of various non-human species intent on wiping out Concordian colonies and assets. They represented an existential threat to my people, and in response, the Centurion program was created to combat them. I was en route to Arcturus to regroup with my squad whenever Majesty was thrown off course. And to that end, I don't know how the war ended, or perhaps if it's still ongoing.
Never really
Well,
heard of
I
any
can tell you that
elements here.
humanity is far from being dead. If this alien alliance you're talking about had full intention of wiping them out, or at least making humanity weaker in the cosmic sense, they fucking failed. Maybe your
I'm-
Concordia still exists, just under a different name.
Definitely glad to see there are still humans alive. Things were looking grim whenever I was still active.
For all I know, the Syndicate is just a rebrand of Concordia.
I don't
You
know
might have
enough
already
about
found it.
I don't know enough about this syndicate to comment on that.
No, the current galactic power. Hub of most
I've
governments
heard their
in the world.
name thrown around. I had, of course, come to the conclusion that they were the dominant force in the galaxy now.
I'd have to get a culture check with Levi to see how much I actually know about the.
And
the
I mean, I was
Syndicate.
gonna ask if you guys knew about the Hallowed, but the fact of the matter is, like, there's no way if you guys know if you know or not, because there's a lot of
Yeah.
like backstory stuff that Levi would have to confirm first.
So,
Yeah.
if you want to determine how much you know about the Syndicate, considering that you literally.
Oh, I
came
name
from-
dropped the Hallowed when I was talking with them. Like,
No,
they,
I know. I'm talking about, like, fucking Matt's asking how much he knows about the Syndicate. You can make a culture check, but you were born there, so you know a lot.
Yeah, I mean, I guess if I was going to make a culture check, I'd specifically want to know if maybe something called the Concord or whatever Brian is from was something that merged into the Syndicate at some point. If this
So,
alien extremist faction was intent on trying to destroy humanity, I'd say they failed by virtue of I exist and the Syndicate exist, which is mostly human.
Yep, I would recommend a culture check.
There you go.
A 17. So, you know of, like, the Syndicate's origins? They were essentially a conglomerate of individuals who were tired of this aristocratic culture that was dominant in the sector. Not the galaxy, the sector, which is like a portion of the galaxy. They basically banded together in the same way that the United States banded together against the British and formed their own sovereign nation that was Democratic Republic.
Hmm.
So you don't know much about the origin of the nations that like formed this syndicate. So you don't really have much to say in that realm. But they are essentially kind of this sector's force of main order. They've
Okay.
grown and spread and have kind of become too powerful to stop.
Hmm.
The older nations have kind of been decrepit and incapable of fully stopping this new way of living,
Well,
much in the way of our old world.
I guess all that information I just pretty much brain dump onto Brian, so he has his little background of current political situations and dominant powers in the galaxy.
I wish I could say that helped, but it doesn't.
Well, at least you now know the short and stiff of the fucking politics in this area.
Not that it's going to matter. Well, I reckon since my question about Concordia is answered, I have to ask the opposite one. Did the name Hallowed ring any bells to any of you?
I can give a culture check for that one too, maybe.
Can we all get culture checks?
Let me check real quick. Definitely, Sal would get a culture check. Anybody who is proficient in culture, I would say.
Yeah, I'll go.
I don't have proficiency in culture.
You want to keep my
Somebody
old
who
roll
was
or what?
trying.
Yeah, I know shit.
Use a new one.
12.
So, in terms of what you know, just kind of flat and plain, is that the Hollowed, or rather, as their like genuine title, the Hollowed Court, they were one of those ancient superpowers. You're not quite certain as to their current status, but you know that that empire fractured a long time ago.
Okay, well, I'll mention that to Brian then.
So, upon hearing that you're familiar with the Hallowed, I'm just going to kind of tense my hands up and kind of like crack my knuckles, but not really. So, they're around.
They exist as a shadow of their former self, but yeah.
Even if
I
it
have
is,
to
even if it is the case that they're not what they were when I was fighting them, the fact that history has recorded their names but not Concordia's tells me everything I need to know.
Well, none of us here are historians, and none of us know none of us know everything.
I'm still going to try to make contact, but
Once we get to
damn it all to
capital,
hell.
I would say your best bet would probably to be to find a dedicated historian or archive and search there, particularly an older one. That way you can confirm before making a fool's errand.
I'm not willing
And that
to
way,
accept that we've lost. Not yet. It can't all have been for nothing.
So,
We need to find Aspect.
it's really not that difficult. In the same medical clinic as you guys, where you're all hanging out in the front, Aspect is in the back. Currently kind of obscured because she is crouched over. You do walk to her side and realize that she is, like, messing around with a rat that is currently inside of like a plastic tub and is skittering around the sides and desperately trying to climb out. And she's holding the sides of this tub just looking at it.
I don't mean to interrupt your science project, but we have questions.
The head kind of tilts up and your eyes lock.
We, as a group, are bound together through you. We all have very different business on this planet. Originally, our intentions were to go our separate ways to attend to what we each individually needed to attend to, but given that we are alive through you, we aren't sure if it's even possible for us to separate. What do you think?
I'm honestly not that sure.
What happens if somehow, through some stroke of luck, I end up off-world and I die, and you're somewhere else?
Shrugs her shrouded shoulders.
We're going to have to figure something out. Because fate, if it does exist, is pulling us all in different directions.
I'm more.
She doesn't know any more than we do. For all we know, maybe we can go our separate ways, but
Do we really want to risk that at this point in time?
Until we
Well, like,
figure out concrete
I'm
evidence.
telling you right now, if Concordia is still out there and I can exfil back to one of their colonies, I'm doing it. And you're not gonna stop me.
I wasn't going to even try to.
I mean, I've got work and a life to live, and that life doesn't involve being attached at the hip with a bunch of people I only met weeks ago.
I
No
mean,
offense to any of you, but I've got my own business to attend to.
We're a great team. I'm not going to deny that, and we've done quite a bit in terms of getting this town back on its feet. But that's our only purpose.
If any of you ever find yourselves needing work on the Syndicate homeworld, I would put in a good word for most of you.
I mean, I
What sort
can
of
definitely
work
help you figure
with
out
Syndicate?
whether things have been sabotaged, at least.
The work that I do is, like I said, detective work, but not everybody is a fielder like me. You'll start off as an analyst that just reviews data that gets sent back from the fielders. Pretty much anybody can do the job so long as they're decently perceptive and not an idiot.
Can't say that's my kind of gig.
It's not for most.
More
It's-
about getting
it's not-
close and personal.
To get close and personal is usually discouraged. Our job is to gather intelligence, not antagonize. We're not thugs. We're sleuths.
No,
to
not
become-
antagonize.
To have a fielder, you have to go through a very long selection process. You have to have a damn near perfect record, and you have to go through quite a bit of training. This coat, and I kind of like grab the fringe of my outer coat, is a bit of a is a badge of honor for where I'm from. If you can actually go out to the field and make the big cases, that's something to be proud of. And this was supposed to be my first job. Just got this thing, and
It's good to take pride in
see
your
how-
work.
yeah, just I'm sure that I'm gonna have a hell of a time explaining why my first case is taking this goddamn long to get information on. Hell, they might even think I'm. Oh fuck, they probably think I'm dead.
Welcome to my world.
What a twist of fucking fate.
We need to figure out what we're doing for the next 2 days if we're really going to give Jackson time to let his guard down. Because I'm not content to just sit around with my thumb up my ass for this one.
I can
Yeah,
I can go around and just start repairing things around town.
Well, all of us need to heal to some extent, even if
That
we are
is
still
true.
with our thumbs.
Those of
Not
us who are wounded, I wouldn't expect much out of. But me, I'm combat ready, or at least as combat ready as I've been since waking up.
Well,
Not really much I could do here than heal up, I suppose.
And if we're going to be
Certainly.
doing anything, I want it to be in service of our goals.
There's not really any work outside of our dealings with
And I won't be
Stenham.
too much
got
help
some-
if I have to fight Jackson
I'm
again.
gonna look at Ankos. Do you think talking with Mouse would be at all productive, or should we just ignore him until it comes time to let Stu know about the situation?
I mean, to be entirely honest, I don't even know if we have any more use out of Mouse. I would, if we had continued business with him, I'd definitely like to let him know where we stand. Yeah, sure, why not? I'd rather talk to him face to face.
I wasn't encouraging you to do it. I was legitimately asking if you saw any utility.
Oh.
Because frankly, I'm not sure either. The only thing I
Quite-
know is that Stu's going to be told, but I don't know if we confront Mouse beforehand or not.
If we talk to Mouse, he might if we let him know that we're on to him, he might put his guard up around us and would be a bit more cagey.
Or give false information if we need something. Which is why I would say keep the status quo until we're about to leave, and then do what you
It
must.
still rubs me the wrong way.
I'd love to garrote the guy, if anything.
I
but
know,
quite frank,
I know that he's a turncoat and he's implicit in murder, but that doesn't make blackmailing him right either.
Welcome to the Syndicate.
If this is what your syndicate is about, I want nothing to do with it.
Certain elements, more than likely, and it seems to be growing every day.
any and all governing body is
going to be suspect to or susceptible to corruption and underhanded tactics, but I, while a member of the syndicate, do not plan on using.
You seem the ethical sort from the interactions we've had thus far.
Oh, don't get me wrong, I can lie my ass off. I just don't like to do it.
Boy, wouldn't that be nice?
Besides, I'm not a fucking spy. I'm not a secret agent. I'm just a goddamn. I ask questions. I don't do the crazy espionage shit. It doesn't do me any good to be untrustworthy.
Of course. This is rather off topic, but Sal, do you have that clip of me clobbering Jackson with a hammer?
Yes.
I'm just gonna get a wild grin. You want it just by
Wait.
itself?
Wait, you what?
Just to smile on. I could use a good memory.
I'm just gonna look
Now we're
towards
just going to go over to the big screen.
I was
and put it
unconscious
on.
whenever that event happened, so I would like to. I'd like to see this video too.
Refill your popcorn.
Oh, it was crazy.
You'll love
he
this
just
next part.
clobbed him. He just toppled. And I was about to blast him with my pistol before it just
Yari is
disappeared.
going to go to a large screen within Tim Tom's place and put it on there for everyone to rewatch.
So, as you all are re-watching this video a handful of times, eventually, you hear Aspect get up from the kitchen, which is where she found the rat, and walks into the bathroom with the tub, and then you hear a flushing of a toilet, and she comes back without a rat.
Nice.
Not gonna question.
So I'm not gonna even comment on that. I'm just gonna look up at the screen and say, I'm glad Stu gave me that hammer. It came in handy.
I'm gonna comment. Boy, I am really glad you weren't there whenever Jackson found me, because fucking hell, he's probably not happy about that.
That's... Maybe I do still have a little bit of fight left in me.
That was a masterful swing.
I thought I wasn't good for much, but then I did that.
Well, on the bright side, if you ever have to quit your soldiering days, you could retire and go be a baseball player.
Once
A boxer.
I kind of shake my head.
Wrestling.
I kind of shake my head and just chuckle a bit. Once a soldier, always a soldier.
I can see it right now.
There's
You
always
just go
different
around
ways
to the ring
to-
and they'll call you the soldier.
Well, I see they still have baseball. That's good to know.
Not terribly popular, but it's something to do.
It never was.
So, if you all are intending on staying your 2 days here, what activities would you like to partake? Or would you just...
Yari's just going to go around and have Stu help. Ask for Stu where he is needed to.
I am
keep the
actually
town going.
going to try to solicit my services as a detective to the townspeople in the bar if anybody asks. I need a way to make credits in the meantime. If people just want information, I'm going to see if I can't actually provide some services while I'm healing.
Fair enough.
Oh, just as a side thing, I'd like to copy the clip of me hitting Jackson with a hammer to my personal comm unit.
Yari just does that automatically for you.
Nice.
Yeah, I imagine that you're going
73
to make
credits.
your new like message notification is going to be the sound.
Anytime I get a text, it's gonna be the sound of his fucking helmet cracking in two.
So, I have some money lying around.
All right.
Is there any sort of like clothing shop or tailor in this town?
What exactly are you looking to do?
Just well, I guess when I was in the ship at the beginning, and it just like got blown the fuck up. I had an outfit there. I was gonna use for some stuff later, but probably got destroyed. So
Are you wanting to get a replacement made?
yes.
So, looking around this village, it becomes very obvious that Gilead is like ramshackle, and these people are more like survivalists than fucking artisans. They're running around in ramshackle gear, like stitched together clothing, bandaged, and you see the fucking dude in this picture.
Yeah.
You see how he looks like a hunter?
They're
That's
like
basically everybody in Gilead.
utilitarian fucking survivalists.
Basically, that's all they can do at this point.
That's nothing. I'm like, I look around town, I'm just like,
You gotta get to
shit.
Holland.
I have to go to the cap. I have to wait till I can get to the capital or somewhere else. I don't
So-
know. At least I can just redesign my
So,
thing.
as for routine run-of-the-mill work, those of you, I would say, fucking, what were you doing 447?
That's the thing. I didn't want to do just mundane routine work. I wanted to find something to do that would further the party's goals of repaying our debt to Kiliad and getting the information sent to Zacharias. But I imagine finding something to accelerate that would be a difficult task if we're just gonna wait 2 days to transmit anything. So I'm not entirely sure what I can do for the
So-
entirety of these 2 days, but I do have a bit of personal business with Aspect.
All right, so we will start off with Ankos because he's the top of the party list. Doing some run-of-the-mill detective work, give me a sense motive check.
All right. I'd imagine that in a place like this, the work I'm finding is like trying to track down stolen items, finding out whose spouse cheated on who. Very mundane, small community shit.
Well,
That's just
there isn't anything about cheating in this particular town, but you hit the nail on the head of
It's gonna be
stolen
essential.
items. In the wake of the Ashvale bandits attack, one particular couple noticed that they were missing a lockbox in their house, and they wanted to know if it was like the bandits that stole them because they ran to the safe house. After a day and a half of tracking down wherever the fuck this is, you realize that the box has been stolen by one of the younger independent kids as a means of maybe pawning it off later at a larger settlement to try and afford something for his family. That being said, though, you do have the option of turning him in and getting the reward of a somewhat okay amount of credits, or keeping it secret and accepting a bribe from him and getting that same amount of credits.
I'm gonna take a piss. I'll be back.
what was in the box again?
It wasn't specifically stated, but it is likely like jewelry. It was a small lockbox.
So it's either keep quiet and let the kid potentially get some money for food, or just give these people back their jewelry.
Indeed.
I'm going to implore the kid to return the lockbox back to the old couple because stealing is the wrong way to go about it. And
Give me a diplomacy check.
see.
Oh,
After a heartfelt conversation about being an upright and standout citizen, he does return the lockbox and you get the reward. In addition, he is given some small change by the family in order to not starve to death.
All right, I'm happy with this bit of work.
You would jump to 20.
Okay, I'm back.
And I have updated your inventory. So they gave you
Nice.
25 for that job, giving you a
Cool.
bit of pocket change.
That's
So-
we
Second
go.
on the list is Centurion 447, who wanted to engage in some minor work to try and further their goal.
I don't know what that could be, so for now,
You're not certain, but you try and get a hold of Aspect.
yes.
So at some point during the quiet din of one of these days, after Aspect seems to be running over again the whole of Endoom's tread, not capable of doing anything to it, but just kind of familiarizing herself with its architecture, you find a moment to pull her off to the side and talk.
Right. So I'm just gonna make it clear up front. This doesn't have anything to do with our current mission objectives, but
Dog.
you did a while back tell me before she went offline, Fractal said something to you. I want to know what it was.
Well, that's a bit of heartfelt moments, but I suppose I don't mind sharing. Before she left permanently, her last words to me were, "Take care of him."
Can I sense motive to see if she's bullshitting this?
Go ahead.
Alright. Where is my sheet? I keep tucking my sheet away. There it is.
I do the same thing.
Alright, sense motive. Right there. Fuck.
I suppose I could sense motives. I suppose I could sense motives as well.
I mean, if you're
Yeah.
there, sure.
I mean,
Am I with-
did you randomly interrupt their private moment?
Oh, but where was I though? Like, Is this the same
You
day
ne-
where I'm
you
like
never
going out
stated
doing
it.
stuff,
So
or
during the 2 days of you trying to figure out what you want to do, Centurion decided that he wanted to find a moment to, like, bring Aspect to the side and talk.
I mean, you can be there, but
It would be a bit awkward.
yeah.
okay, never mind.
I mean, if you
then.
wanted to, you could eavesdrop since you're stealthy.
Sure, I guess I could eavesdrop. Do I
You're
do?
fucking
Do I roll
stalking them.
Did I just roll stealth or something? Or?
I won't say roll stealth, you can try to do sense motive as well.
Okay. Because I'm still kind of just lingering about trying to recover from my injuries.
A 9. The both of you have a very hard time discerning any kind of emotion that lies beyond that, like, robotic, almost porcelain-like face. So, it's not necessarily that you believe it unless you choose to believe it.
So
It's more like you don't get a firm reading. You really can't
since
tell.
I'm pretty much perma-helmeted, she can't really see my facial expression, but I kind of inhale sharply when she says that. And, how long were you able to speak with her? Was that the only thing she ever said to you?
Well, the couple of conversations we had were rather mundane, more about self-preservation. I didn't have much to contribute to the information because I did not control the subsystems of my ship.
And she was okay with you being there,
Being where?
on the Majesty,
I wasn't on the Majesty.
the Voyager probe, right? Right. Well, I kind of look down at where I keep Fractal's broken data chit. Thank you. I need to find something to do.
Well, I don't really have any recommendations. I've been looking over our allies' physique. I feel like if I had the right environment and the right tools, I might be able to do more than just sit here and
So,
talk about.
Doomtread's with us, right?
Yeah, he's off to the side, just kind of taking a moment to rest.
So, I'm gonna kind of rock up to him. Salutations, warrior.
I am pleased that you choose to refer to me with such a title.
You asked for it. I'm going to try my best to honor that. Now, I would like to know, what are your plans once things are done in Gilead? Are you sticking around to keep an eye on things?
Now independent, my fate is uncertain.
Because the truth of the matter is, we're not entirely sure how long this group is going to last and if we're going to be sticking around together or not. Through Aspect, we all share a common thread of life, but we aren't sure if it's necessary for us to be in close proximity. And you are an entirely different matter, it would seem. Fully autonomous, and with your fate in your own hands.
Hearing Aspect's name, his head kind of like tilts down. I never believed that I was able to hear that creature's new name.
Really?
The strange being, Aspect.
We're not... Even she's not entirely sure what she is. But we, those of us who are organic, owe her our lives. So I'm not in any position to judge.
What remains of that empty shell is startling, I will say. It has some memory of its past life, and that is concerning.
She fixed you, didn't she?
For the moment, this isn't exactly a permanent fixture, and he refers to the knee. These UPB, while useful, aren't a replacement for the real thing.
And I suppose that's what I wanted to talk about with both of you. I say, looking towards Aspect and Doomtread. Given
Aspect,
that...
who had been staying behind to let you talk with the mech, quickly huddles forward and, with the cloak, kind of catches and almost trips, but gets within talking distance.
Given that my associate's primary plans revolved around getting this information we acquired into Zacharias' handset, we are delayed a few days, and I need something to do, and I'm not entirely sure I can progress those plans. I think the next best thing would be investing in Doomtread's combat chassis. I know engineering isn't exactly my wheelhouse, but if there's any supplies I could perhaps obtain and deliver here, I'd be willing to assist in that.
So Aspect puts a finger, one of those metallic fingertips, to the porcelain face and seems to ponder for a moment. Not much of the material here is very usable. However, there are ruins that may be dangerous in the same manner of the Parandor Keep. You may be able to liberate pieces from it.
More active combat mechs roaming around, do you think?
I would hope not.
Well, given that it took us perhaps a day to go through Parandor and we have another day ahead of us, it might be worth rallying the troops and seeing if we're willing to go on another hunting expedition.
Well, I would be interested in coming with you. As an individual who has some fond memories of being a Lex mechanic, I could identify salvageable components. And with our friend here, pats the leg of Indoom's tread, we have the means of getting to and back within a reasonable time.
Both of your assistance would be invaluable. Once the rest of our associates are finished with their business for the day, I'll gather them up and we'll see what we think. All right, as you were. And with that,
So are you leaving?
Yeah, I'm gonna leave and head back towards Killian proper.
Alrighty.
So Yarich has been going around trying to do mechanic jobs for things like food packs and rations and some of those nifty little sand cleaning bags.
So you're going around and being a general nuisance.
No, he's trying to help people repair things and
Exactly, a nuisance. I'm just joking. You're trying to help out.
yeah.
Understood, and the act is appreciated. It won't require a skill check, however. Most of the people do take note that even on your time off, you're just trying to help. That being said, Sal, what the fuck are you doing?
For me, mainly, I'm just going to be keeping to myself, meditation, considering the fact that in any sort of engagement, I'm probably not going to be able to do much heavy lifting as I did during the fight with Jackson. Besides
Understandable.
that, it's just mainly going over what we already have and prepping for, what's to come.
Fair enough. And Baku, did you have anything you wanted to do besides figuring out how to acquire a new uniform?
I mean, I guess I could like skulk around town, maybe like see if this is a small town. If I do anything like remotely shady, like people are probably gonna get suspicious.
Yeah, fair. So you're just wanting to chill out?
Yeah, just kind of recover from my wounds.
Alright, so I assume 447 you're going to get a hold of everybody and
Yeah.
present them an idea.
Exactly. I'm basically going to
So-
lay out.
Did we heal any HP from resting?
At
Or-
the end of this day, it will be like one recoverable hit point.
So,
Okay.
okay.
I'm
So I got
gonna
9
lay
now.
this out for the group. Aspect
Oh,
has
the-
made me aware that there are other ruins we can explore to find materials with which to repair in Doom's Tread. The ruins that she presumes will be similar in treachery to Parandor itself, which means I can only guess it will take us a day or so to get in and out, and given we have one more day ahead of us, I think it may be prudent to do a little bit of dumpster diving.
Could be a fun distraction. Hopefully,
Fun
the
to delve
day,
in some ruins, and hopefully we don't die.
It may be an edge against if Jackson decides to play his hand.
My only concerns are I don't want us to be absent if he decides to spring his attack that day, and if we end up running off schedule and it takes longer, we don't want to give him too much of a window.
right?
So now that I'm talking about it, it might be wiser to wait until those ruins aren't going anywhere, obviously.
But Jackson can move his plans forward at any time without us knowing.
Precisely. So now that
Alright,
we're
well-
speaking about it, I'm thinking we find something to do tomorrow as well, and the next day we make our transmission, pray it gets into Zacharias' hands, and then we can explore that ruin before we head to the capital.
Sounds like a plan. I feel, kind of rotating my shoulder around in socket. Not great, but I don't feel like I'm about to fall apart now.
I'm sure
I
by the
don't.
time we're ready to leave, we'll be back in fighting shape, or at least close to it.
Cracks in my exoskeleton here, 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 over here, and some other places you don't want to know about.
And because
Oh.
you said you could perceive things while you were immaterial.
I was completely aware of what was happening and unable to do anything about it.
Then I can only
It was
assume
kind of
I can
hell.
only assume our doctor is in a similar position.
I hope so. It was strange. I feel like I had to I had to make a conscious effort to keep my consciousness focused, I suppose. If I was to release that consciousness, I suppose I could have also not paid attention to what's happening.
Yari just go and hold out his arms and say, "I'm sorry, Doctor. I wish you could be here." And try to hug an invisible force if he.
I'm sure he appreciated that.
Off in the corner, Aspect seems to be, like, listening for something and then smiles and mutters something under her breath.
Anyway, I just figured I'd put another objective on our radar. If we're still interested in sticking together once the Kiliad business is done. Even if we do decide to go our separate ways, we could go to that ruin for one last joint operation, and the riches there would benefit us all individually.
Hell, for all we know, the only way we're gonna get out of this town is with Doomtread pulling us in a fucking cart.
Or whatever's in that vault that Jackson mentioned, if we can find it.
Speaking of which, Yarich, have you been able to effect repairs upon Zessie's buggy?
Oh, yes. I totally forgot to repair that. I've been repairing around town.
Maybe that's your project.
I got the.
maybe that's your project for tomorrow then.
I
That kind
got 2
looks
bags
at
of
the dimension
rations
of
and
the
a bag
vault.
of clean sand for myself.
It seems you'd know about this aspect.
No idea. There's a vault?
Apparently. So here's the thing about that, right? Do we know there's really a vault, or do we think this is just somewhere that he could ambush us and kill us? Maybe it's the location of another rogue mech that he thinks could take us out. Who knows? There's the possibility that this isn't an actual vault, but if it is, yes, there's a treasure trove that he was going
Figured
to
we were
bribe.
all on the same page that we weren't taking that particular bribe.
Oh, we're not. I'm just stating. I suppose if I was a bit more of a devious sort, I could feign taking his bribe offer to get the location to the vault and then betray him. But
It's
with
one
his-
thing if we manage to find that vault on our own and blow the hinges open.
He
Despite-
said he.
Go ahead.
From what I've heard, I believe he said something about him controlling him having the means of accessing the vault. Even if we did find it on our own, there's no guarantee that we'd be able to even get in. Or if we did, who knows what could be in there.
One thing at a time. We know independent of the vault there are other ruins for us to explore. And as I said, even if we intend to go our separate ways, what's within could benefit each of us.
True.
So I'm thinking tomorrow, Yarich, I know you are the one who is most skilled in engineering, but if you need any assistance repairing the vehicle, I'll see what I can do.
Alright, having bigger hands and, well, longer arms is always appreciated in my case.
So you all are going to spend this next day just doing relatively similar matters?
Yeah,
Yeah,
I'm
already
going
actually have
to
eat dinner,
assist Yarich in repairing the buggy.
I'm
Give
going to
yourself
take
one more hit
the
point.
buggy up
I
to.
am back to full, baby. Well, no, I'm not, because I still have my spells that haven't refreshed.
Alright.
So we're going to take buggy back to Zessy's old place and repair it with all the parts we can find. That's real good.
You can give me an engineering check.
I'm not
Alright.
trained, so I can't really do anything with that. I assume I'm just helping with some of the physical work.
Yeah, you're making it a bit easier.
Yeah, after all, Yari's trying to take off a
fairly stubborn lug nut would probably be hilarious.
Yeah,
Annoying.
he could probably point out a look and say, "Hey, get that torque wrench and just yank that off, please."
Otherwise, he would be him jumping up. He'd literally jumping on a fucking handle for like a big
So
ass socket
while we're
wrench.
doing this, I'm just gonna say, I'm glad you're the brains and I'm the brawn here. They didn't train me to be a mechanic as much as I might have wanted that. Would have come in handy a time or two whenever a Puma broke down.
Now
Well,
that you are thinking about it, it does kind of not necessarily scar you, but it like stings because you do remember somebody in your original like team was very technically proficient.
You remind me of someone.
Oh,
We had a mechanic on my squad. I couldn't ever fix anything that went wrong with, say, a Puma or a combat mech. But if something were to go awry, we'd have someone on hand who could get things in tip-top shape again.
yeah.
And might I say, he was also a crack shot with a laser rifle.
Well, I'm glad I can. Well, maybe. Yeah, there's still a lot of things for me to learn, and a lot of time for me to
You repaired this
think
town's
about.
water purifier.
Yes,
In
and
fact, even though you have made some rather questionable choices, there's a good case to be made that we might not be around if we didn't have your expertise. I'm beginning to realize that each one of us seems to have something that makes this team work. Part of me does regret that we aren't going to have a common purpose once this Killiad business is finished. Were you gonna say something, Levi?
It is kind of strange because there are other reflections of your squad mates in this current team. Celtegris reminds you of the serpent of your group. The only female team member was very, very deceptive. Honestly, wasn't very trusted, but there could be no one else that was more proficient in sabotage. Vaku reminds you of your squad's shock trooper, heavy armor, proficient in all sorts of just robust and close quarter firearms. There's a lot of reflections to your old team here. It's weird but comforting.
I don't know. Maybe I'm just getting attached too quickly. It's like looking in a mirror.
That being said, you do repair minor damage to the vehicle. You don't have enough to fix it completely, but you do manage to fix some dents here and there and straighten out some shit.
my main thing is to make sure major components won't just like suddenly jam.
That being said, though, enough time passes to where you are getting ready to make way for your transmission.
Well,
There's
what do you say we take the buggy? You reach. Give it a test drive.
that sounds good. That sounds good.
Well, wait a minute. We might want to do that independently. I'm sorry, I'm distracted. That buggy doesn't have a cloaking suite like Doomtread does. It'll be smarter to mount up with him. We can test the buggy another time.
Alright.
Alright, let's get everyone gathered up and, well, maybe not everyone, but at the very least, you're good with computers. I think you should be on the team that goes to make the transmission. You and Ankles would be a good choice.
I think I can handle going out this time round.
Feeling up to it? All healed up?
No, I'm not all healed up, but I'm not any worse condition than we first went out there. I still had some cracks then. I still have some cracks now.
Well,
Yarich is perpetually wounded.
you were able to yank those spark plugs without too much of trouble, so I assume you're doing alright.
I can do it. Doesn't mean it's not painful if I move in the wrong position.
I have to
It's
say,
so-
my old mechanic didn't complain that much.
Listen, I don't have military training, and well, truth be told, I'm still trying to understand this concept of loss. Really,
Loss.
yeah.
So
Truth be told, I've
lost
been
something. Someone.
yeah. I don't know what it is, but truth be told, I don't know if my tutor is alive or dead.
The one who taught you the skills you know now.
Yeah.
What happened?
We got separated, and I was we were trying to get together for to go to, I forget which planet it was, but
Here?
he said he had something to do here, but I I don't know if it was this planet specifically or the moon, but I would have presumed it would be this one, seeing as it's the
Is
uh
there anything on this planet's moon at all?
yeah, there's life that
Actually, go ahead and make an intelligence check, just to try
me
and remember.
uh
So it kind of comes back to you in a bit of a wave. Ever since the crash, it's been a touch bit fuzzy. But it wasn't this planet's moon. You suddenly kind of remember that there is another planet in this system, more specifically the moon of a gas giant, much further out.
I gotta eat dinner, guys.
Oh, okay.
Fair.
oh, it was a gas giant he wanted to go to. There's a moon around it that has stuff on it.
So
In
you're
particular, you're kind of having to rehearse its name, but you feel like you recall it being named Castellum.
Castellum, I think.
So I know I'm from a very different time and place, but does that name ring any bells for me, Castellum?
Honestly, not particularly, but the naming convention sounds similar to courtly matters.
Uh,
So it's weirdly familiar, but not like you don't remember.
so I get the sense that there's a recurring theme of aristocracy and royalty in this new universe I've woken up in, that maybe there could be some house on that moon. You know, something like a house of Baldur or Baelor. I'm sorry, I'm not sure which it is. I've heard both.
Sorry, it is Baldur.
Baldur.
Balor is the demon.
Okay. So, you know, I get the sense maybe there's another organization similar to House Baldur based on that moon. If I had to take a guess.
As far as you have been able to tell, this is the home of House Baldur.
Ah, shit, okay. Well, yeah.
So that planet, Castellum, likely is like host to another house.
Right, that's what I'm getting at. Another organization like House Baldur. So, your mentor might have had business with a royal house.
Maybe. I scratch my underneath my antenna.
So, excuse me if I'm not paying close enough attention, but at what point in this story do you think your mentor's dead?
Um,
What happened precisely to give you that impression?
I'm I'm I don't know how to put it yet. I just I think
I'm sorry, go on.
I think I'm blocking. I think my memory does not. There's something. I've heard this described, but it's something that you're physically incapable of remembering.
Some kind
Like
of trauma response.
Maybe. I don't know.
Hmm.
But
Amnesia?
not amnesia. Not amnesia. It's like you know, if you were reminded of the specific event, you would remember it, but unless you actively think about it, it's gone from your memory.
I don't mean to offend you by asking this, but did something happen to you? You seem...
It's one of those terrible things where he asks, "Did something happen to you?" And like those words echo, and you feel yourself slipping away from wherever you are.
Oh no.
And there's just the ringing of gunfire,
God
flashbangs.
damn! I
You
triggered
feel
a PTSD
you
episode.
feel distance, and the
So,
one thing that you remember is somebody speaking over a maskless helm, but you remember the color, cyan blue on black. The soldier said, "What do we do with this one, the moth?" And then its superior responded, "I don't know and I don't care. Get rid of it." And it's just one of those things where you have to shake the shock off of you.
is it safe to say I can see and recognize a 1,000-yard PTSD stare, since that's common in my line of work?
Maybe.
My body would definitely be reacting in a strange way you wouldn't recognize humanly.
Okay,
My
I suppose a PTSD expression would look different on an alien moth than on a person.
I mean, being that
So upon
that
seeing you, I suppose, convulse and not really have a response, I'm just gonna kind of bow my head. I shouldn't have asked.
I I some people threw me away. They took me away from him. I don't know what they did with him, but they had some sort of blue mask, blue helmet.
I'm gonna try in vain to like make light of the situation. My helmet was blue. Maybe we have a common enemy.
You
starts
can
crying.
go.
Were you gonna say something, Tyler?
Yari just almost body language is almost tensing up and almost going into a crawl, but he's fighting it off.
Because if you ran into the person who stole my armor, I'd really like to know.
Maybe? I don't know.
Was he by chance wearing any Project Voyager insignias?
I don't know. I just remember they didn't care what happened to me, that I was just gone.
God.
Well, I didn't mean to dredge up any bad memories. Maybe it's best we just let this lie.
Okay. Okay. So I'm going to gently put down the wrench that I've been clenching onto and just head back to Tim
So,
Tom's.
I'm gonna let your reach leave on his own, then I'm gonna shake my head. They always told me not to open my big mouth. Why didn't I ever listen?
My antenna twitch is going. My antenna is going to twitch as I walk away after you say that. I'm not going to address it, but I'm just going to go back and go into my fort and lock it up.
Fair enough.
He's added padlocks.
You all decide that it is time for, it's the moment to make the transmission. So, are you all loading up into the buggy? What's going on?
Yeah.
Hold on. I talked with your reach. I'm gonna relay our plan. I think your reach and Anko should go on Doom Tread, cloak, and make the transmission at the vantage point that Ankos and I found last time on our previous incursion. I don't think we should all be going. That kind of
Alright.
seems like a liability. I think it should just be
I can
Ankos and your reach.
probably just sit on Anko's lap while he's inside the cockpit. So
Yeah, you can.
I will tell you, Ankos, even though seatbelts are preferable, the ride up there isn't too bad if you have a strong enough grip. If you'd rather your
Well-
reach ride in the seat.
Yeah, I'll ride shotgun this time, or I'll ride shoulder this time rather.
And your
Alright.
reach will have the canopy to himself then.
Yeah, I'm gonna look for some rope inside the house or something and make like a, I guess like a Hackney safety harness in case I get thrown, in case something tries to throw me off, so I don't just fall 15 feet.
Not that hard.
Yeah, just something to tie on to one of the hand. But it'll still hurt like hell if I had to get caught in this thing because I've basically just tied a rope around my waist. But it's
Yeah,
better than
that'll
falling the
Thing
fuck
like
off.
shit, but you don't want to start rolling.
Yeah. Okay,
So-
but yeah. I'm ready.
So before they leave, I recall. I imagine I would recall how long it took us to get there and how long it took us to get back. Right. Like I'd remember how long that journey was.
That would be safe to assume.
So about how long was it then? Would you as a GM say?
The journey there and back maybe takes you guys the better part of 30 minutes.
Okay, so I'm gonna assume that they might encounter trouble with the transmission. So I'm just gonna kind of do the math in my head. 30 minutes there, 30 minutes back. We'll say 30 minutes for a transition. I'm gonna round up to 2 hours. So I'm gonna go up to the party before they leave, and I'm gonna say, if you guys aren't back in 2 hours, we're coming after you.
All right, we'll make it fast.
Godspeed.
All right.
we'll do our best.
I know you will.
Yari's is also going to put up a soldier salute with his two right arms. Unsure if it's both arms or just one arm.
You know, seeing as how anyone who's ever saluted me has used 2 arms, it doesn't really matter. So I'm just gonna return the salute back before you leave.
So, you all take off. 30 minutes later, a boring transition through a forest. You make it to that designated point that you had utilized before, hanging out. It is dark at this point. You are outside of the boundary of the manor.
All right.
Alright,
I'm
gonna
going
go
to
ahead-
try to make an Amber Alert for everyone in this facility.
Well,
Well, not everyone.
No,
you
no,
just
no,
wanted
no,
to go
no.
to Zacharias.
Yeah, I know I probably shouldn't be saying this since I'm not there and whatnot, and I guess it's meta, but everyone was here for this, so I'm just going to remind everyone of the plan. Ankos was given the contact info for Zacharias from Sal, so you can, ideally, if you're within transmission range, beam the evidence directly into his comm units.
With that in mind, I'm going to do my best and try to make a computer's check.
He's 17. About a minute or two later, after transmitting this data, you see one of the lights come on in the manor. A couple of minutes later, the only response that you get is, "Who is this?"
I'm going to hand it to Sal,
Ankos.
Sal is not here.
Ankos, for him to speak through it.
It is a text message.
Wait, so did you send the message? Did you send the
Yes.
video?
He sent the video file.
Oh, okay. And you did send it specifically to Zacharias, right?
Correct.
Yes.
Okay. All right. Well, I guess upon him asking, "Who is this?" I mean, shit. I guess I don't really know if there's a reason for me to do any subterfuge to this. I'll just put down Orion, and then as soon as I send that, I'm just gonna. Actually, no, I'm not gonna put anything
Maybe
down. I'm
just
just gonna send him the video
Watch,
and leave.
just say watch the video.
Oh yeah, yeah. Basically, I'm just gonna say, have you seen the contents?
This is Mr. Kraft. What you're doing is despicable.
You're a hacker.
You forgot to log out of your tablet, son.
You're-
I'm very disappointed in you.
Wait, did you change your comm unit's background picture? Hacker.
Yeah, I'm just gonna send a message back in response to who is this saying. Have you reviewed the contents?
There is about 30 seconds of waiting, and then you get a reply, and it just says yes.
Okay, well, I guess I'm gonna send back a message saying, now you know the score. Try to fix relations between you and
Dude,
Kiliad.
I
and
mean,
get rid
hold
of your,
on. Again, I don't. Can I metagame here? Can I fucking like just put my fucking take on this and what's going on? Because I see a problem.
You think that this might not be Zacharias?
I
that we're
think this
talking to.
might not be Zacharias.
Yeah.
You might fucking give him a voice call, maybe.
All right, sure. I'll
That'd
do
be
it.
a good
I'll
idea.
give
Video
him a
I
call.
feel dirty suggesting that because I know it really shouldn't be.
Well, is it an option? One of the reasons why I'm not doing it is because I don't know if I can. I mean, it's a fucking comm unit. Of course I can. Yeah. Upon
Video call?
Yeah, not a video call, just a voice call. I know what Jackson sounds like, and I know what Zacharias sounds like. So, I'll just do a voice call as soon as the information, or as soon as the message comes back saying that he's watched the video.
So, when the call goes through, it rings for just a little bit, and then it picks up. There is silence on the other end, and you just hear, "I would reiterate, who are you?"
Did it sound like Zacharias?
It does.
Good. Yes.
A concerned third party that wants
With-
to see the people of Kiliad safe.
With the state of our communications, I assume you are outside.
You would be correct, but only for as long as I have to be.
Well, I am coming out. Give me a second to put on a robe.
Fuck. All right. Well, I guess actually, you know what? I guess Jackson wouldn't. If we show up, Jackson wouldn't assume that we're here immediately to betray him. He might think we're taking up his offer. So, I guess we're gonna meet him outside.
You wait until you see him treading down the staircase in a simple royal robe. Makes
A
it
bathrobe.
all the way to the entrance of the manor, to the ground fucking iron gates, and simply waits for somebody to show up.
I will. We'll go meet him in Doomstread, I guess.
So, choosing probably of his own volition, Doomstread does not want to go anywhere near the manor right now.
Fair. I'll go in myself. Just you guys need to keep an eye on me to make sure I don't get jumped on the way there.
So, you go ahead. Is Yarich following?
I would say, yeah, I'll follow.
That's a good idea. So you go ahead, and the both of you make it to the entrance. And quickly he recognizes you and just goes, "You fuckers again." Okay.
I know you
This,
don't want to see us, but you have to know about this.
this is a problem.
Pray tell.
If Jackson has been doing all of this under my nose, and I have had no idea, this is a genuine issue.
We agree,
You're
but
telling
we
me.
don't know what to do either.
Truthfully, I am not certain what to do with this. I could turn the guards upon him. I believe they're more loyal to me than to him. I'm not too terribly anxious to make amends with the townsfolk of Kiliad.
Well, I believe the best thing that you could do in this situation would be to try to talk with the people of Kiliad, and Stu specifically, being that Jackson has wronged them just as much as he's wronged you. I'd argue more so, because, there have been casualties because of his actions.
Very well. Is there anything else you're not telling me about?
About what, Jackson?
about the entire situation.
Quite frankly, I don't think there is much else to tell. He seems to despise the people of the town for the same reason that you do, being that they abandoned you, except while you can at least live and let live, he can't. I'm sure Saltegris has already spilled some beans about the fact that we're in a bit of an odd predicament, but that doesn't matter.
And you're completely certain you are not hiding information.
Well,
You don't know anything other than he is a bad man.
well, I mean, I know about the curse of your house. I know that
That is
his
exactly what I was implying. So, you are aware then?
I am, and quite frankly, I don't care.
Most people are more hostile about it.
All I care
I
about
have
is
no idea what it's about.
quite frankly, the only thing that I care about is making sure that we don't turn our back on this place and immediately have all the people that we've helped wiped out by a manic vampire. No offense. Well,
Excuse
not
me.
offense to you. I'm talking about the Jackson.
Oh,
By
yeah.
the way, I actually go ahead.
I hope the recording doesn't make that too loud. Fuck.
You were
Anyway,
saying?
I was gonna say, I actually intended to get this information to you sooner, but unfortunately, I was waylaid by Jackson, who then tried to bribe us to keep shut about this whole thing. To be entirely
Bribe you
honest,
with what?
do what?
Bribe you with what?
Apparently, he knows the location to some vault full of ancient technology and valuables. That's at least what he claimed. Whether or not this vault exists or that he even knows how to get in there is something I've never found out, and I don't really care to. I'm not taking his offer.
Well, I'm not going to pretend that there aren't strange things out there, but I am not aware of this vault. So it is in all likelihood that he is lying to you.
Yeah, I mean,
But
apart
I
from
could be wrong.
even if I thought he was being completely and truly honest, I still wouldn't take him up on his offer. He made a promise that he wouldn't touch the people of the town after we left, but I know for a fact that he was lying. You can hear the hatred and malice he has in his voice for these people. As soon as we're not around, or as soon as you have your back turned, he'd have these people killed. He's already tried to run them off before, and he's not going to stop. So if you want to ever have a chance of being peaceable with these people again, you're going to have to take out some dirty laundry.
I'm afraid that was the case. Well, I assure you, by tonight's end, that Jackson will be dealt with.
Careful. He's cunning and
I
he
know
doesn't...
Jackson.
All
And
right,
he
well...
turns around and walks back into his estate.
All right, we need to hurry up and get the hell out of here. I'm going to
Yes.
immediately start getting out towards Doomtread to get the fuck out of here.
Yes.
So, what you do notice before you slip away is as he ascends back up his staircase, a couple of his servants are waiting just kind of outside, also in their like sleeping attire, just kind of like, what the hell are you doing? And Zacharias takes off his robe and leaves it on the nice decaying stonework, and you can hear him talking with his servants that he needs to be armored, and he needs to be armed.
Holy shit. Alright.
And he disappears as you all leave.
All right, well, maybe we can return in a day or two just to see if the problem's been resolved. Well, if the problem's resolved, he'll talk to Stu and work things out. If we don't hear anything, that would be cause for concern. All right, yeah, let's get the fuck out of here. I don't want to be around this manor. I don't want to be around prying eyes. So we're going to load up on Doomtread and start back towards Gilead.
So you all leave.
Yes.
Head back to Gilead. And that is the end of that night.
So they're back in Gilead now?
Correct.
I'll immediately, dump the details of the mission as soon as I see the party.
Took
Now,
some time,
hopefully-
but it looks like things finally went our way.
Hopefully. I'm I'm going to put my trust in Zacharias to actually take care of his dirty trash, but
We should tell Stu that he should be expecting a meeting sometime soon. The evidence has
Yes.
been, and of course, we should tell him the evidence has been turned over to Zacharias.
I'm going straight there to make sure that he's anticipating a response from him.
I'll come along.
Unless anybody else has any questions to ask, I'm going to go talk to Stu.
Let's go.
All right, you guys go ahead and head out there.
Yep, we're gonna go talk to Stu.
So the immediate thing that you find is that are you guys resting for the night, or are you going like as soon as you get back?
I'm going as soon as I get back.
All right, so you go ahead. You have to barge into his office because the door is not locked. This is a very small town. Head into the back and just kind of wake him up because he is sleeping.
We're such fucking weirdos.
So you do kind of open up the fucking flap that he has in place of the secondary door behind his office, and immediately there is a gun trained on you. But as soon as he realizes who it is, the gun is quickly put back on its desk. And he kind of rights himself on his bed, cracks his back. Alright, this had better be important.
We're sorry
I told
to-
you I didn't get sleep in like 3 days.
We're sorry to interrupt your rest, but there has been positive developments for once.
Why is it that whenever you come to bring good news, you always make it sound so fucking ominous?
Because it seems like every time that we have to bring you good news, there's always something else to it. But trust me, this time it's just good news.
Yeah, he gets up from his bed and goes over, crosses the room to the other side and starts rooting around through his fridge. Well, out with it.
All right. So we went and talked directly to Zacharias. He's received evidence of Jackson's betrayal and his aggression towards your town, and he plans on doing something about it.
He seems to be planning to fight Jackson.
Well, his means of doing it don't matter, but what matters is that Jackson, the one responsible for these attacks, for terrorizing your people, is no longer being sheltered. So we implored Zacharias to establish contact with you so that you can open trade relations again. So I suppose, if anything, the purpose of this meeting is to tell you that you should keep your comm unit open because Zacharias is going to want to speak to you sometime soon.
Fucking hell.
Things are looking up for Gilead. I imagine within a few days we'll be on our way to the capital, and ideally, we can find a replacement for Zessie if anyone would be willing to trek from the capital to here. And
I
then
mean, assuming Jackson doesn't just kill Zacharias.
there are quite a few assumptions in all of this, but at the same time, it's the most progress we've made thus far.
We'll stay a few days, and if nothing happens, we're going to investigate, see what Jackson did.
Ideally, we wait until you and Zacharias have a meeting.
Fair enough. Well, alright. I'm gonna get something to eat. Go back to bed.
Once again, our apologies for waking you, but this was urgent.
No, it's fine.
So with that, I'm gonna nod, and I'm gonna turn to leave.
Ditto.
Well,
Well, at this, shit, we were awake pretty much all night doing this. I'm gonna go to fucking bed too.
Fair enough. Tyler, Yarich's dreams are troubled by nightmares. Kind of uncommon for a moth, but otherwise, it's a normal night.
Yeah.
By the next day, there seems to be a guard rollout from the manor. Several of the individuals that are present at the Stenham estate are now in Gilead, and it seems as if their leader has taken the stand and is now talking to Stu. I don't see them directly, but
Okay.
you can go in.
Is it possible for us to sit on this and listen to the conversation?
Yeah, absolutely.
I want to do that.
Yeah. I'd like to listen as well.
Be a nice bit of closure.
So,
I
yeah,
would like to
I
go.
imagine that most of you wake up before the rollout actually happens, and you do see these soldiers kind of present on the streets.
So would I be at 4 HP?
Again, another rest, another HP.
Okay, so I am at 4. It's been 2 days of resting.
Right, right. That being said, you do see Zacharias in crimson plate. The blood stains that are present on his armor are dried, and you can see that he has a sword holstered on his back. In fact, it is a great sword. Everything that he wears looks ancient, and he is followed by 2 of, assumedly, his new bodyguards. He strides right into the center of town, fine stew, and then you will proceed into a
Right.
comfortable
I just want to
resting
do
area.
something small here.
What's that?
Who's immediately next to me?
I
Just
guess I'd be like,
immediately, probably Baku.
Okay.
yeah.
So I'm just gonna kind of like lean towards Vaku and just in a low voice. Are swords common in this day and age?
Uh, um, in my homeworld, yes, but I'm not so sure about well, about elsewhere.
Because I'm not sure I've actually seen a sword until now, in person.
Well, I've seen plenty in my lifetime. We did a lot of training with them when I was younger.
They were outdated relics you'd find only in a museum where I come from, yet they just have swords.
It's just how they rule here.
I
Would I
just
know
wanted to
anything
know,
about?
I just wanted to know if it was common, if technology had really regressed that much.
Hey,
I'll
would
in-
I know
I'll-
anything about this kind of stuff? Or
I'll interject that it's probably ceremonial.
I suppose that would make sense.
because I don't really know much about any culture besides like the culture of like my native planet, and
Right.
they're kind of like technologically behind.
In my
recently.
ignorance, I asked the wrong person about this.
You have culture, don't you, Vaku? No, you do not.
Is not a. I do not have
Yeah,
expertise in it.
It's present among your own people, and they are effective tools for your culture.
Yeah.
I just kind of shrug. I guess at that, I shrug my shoulders and silently accept that technology has apparently backslid horrendously since I was last awake.
Fair enough.
Unless, as Anko said, it's ceremonial. I'm sorry, I wanted to do that.
No, you're fine. You're just kind of following along in the wake of this old king. You all find and basically come into contact with Stu, who was pretty much waiting for this to happen. And as the two come into contact with each other, the first words out of their mouth are a very awkward, like, Zach, Stu. It seems we have things to talk about. Yeah. And then they both walk. They find a comfortable resting place a little bit out of Kiliad, away from prying ears along with the rest of you, as you settle down.
Being the third party to just kind of make sure everything goes okay.
Right. We want to hear what happens since we kind of are the reason this is going on.
Oh, it came to my information last night. One of your party members informed me that Jackson was a turncoat, a traitor, that he was planning to exterminate you all or force you out of this place. After receiving such information, I took it into personal matters. I confronted Jackson, and I committed him to true death. It is a heartfelt matter. He was a member of my family before I was born, but it had to be done. What the hell do you mean by true death? Exactly what I said. He will not come back, as he has done so before. You have no worries to your town. We shall not trouble you again, and I would hope that you would not trouble us again. I won't lie. I have no intent to cooperate with any of you. I would much rather stay and watch how everything changes. But you have my assurance that nothing bad will come to this town again. Not on my part. Stu kind of rubs his chin a bit. What about other external threats like bandits? Could we count on you and your well-armed forces to maybe hold some of that shit off? You know, this place could be nice if we just worked together.
I kind of like tilt my head as I sense that Stu had to really force himself to say that.
That was a pained request.
Wow.
Again, I have no intention of offering my services to Kiliad. You are on your own. That being said, I am open to further discussion. But for now, it is a time of mourning. Business can come later. I felt the need to inform you in person. And as for the rest of you,
I
he kind of
turn
turns
my
his
head towards
head.
him.
This individual looks like he has slaughtered a family member. There is still blood present on his uniform. He is very tired looking, despite the fact that he probably didn't need the rest. I would like to talk with you in private.
I
he
nod
turns to
nod my
you.
head at this and get up. And before I go, I'm just gonna look at Stu. Well,
So immediately as the noble leaves, he's just like, what the hell did you do to him? He is like a completely different son of a bitch.
to that I'm gonna reply. It can't be easy to have to put down someone you held close to you whenever they end up betraying the code they'd sworn to.
So he's real then. Like they're gone.
So
Jackson's fucking dead. The
so
bandits are gone.
so
We're
it would
good.
seem. So it would
I
seem.
I can sense motive the speech to see if I feel like he was putting
You-
on a show. But I really
anytime
don't think that's necessary.
anytime there's a traitor in your midst, you have to put them down. And when it's someone that you held in high regard, someone who you had spent your life with, it can be painful.
Here's my sense motive.
You know, speaking of traitors, I heard a rumor around town, more specifically from you, and he points at Vaku, that your darky friend, Mr. Sal,
Yeah.
you've been holding on to the name of the rat that was working here. The one that was talking
Yeah.
with the bandits.
Mm-hmm.
You mind sharing?
I'll go and look over to Sal.
Who is, I assume, currently incorporeal since Eli had to leave.
Oh.
Oh wait, he's not here. Fuck.
I just fucking imagine that as we say that, the elf
When he-
just disintegrates.
When he looks at Vaku for the confirmation, I'm just gonna go ahead and I'm not gonna ask Sal for fucking confirmation. On
I
this.
would like to, at the same
I
I think
was-
I see where you're going with this, Super. At the same time as Enko says it. Mouse.
Yes, mouse.
Really? The guy named Mouse is the rat.
Yes.
You really do have to wonder who writes this shit.
The
I don't
entire
know.
cast just looks into some weird direction, presumably facing the camera.
Face me.
But yes, this is information that I had suspected because one of the bandits said Mouse's name, but we had nothing solid to go off of until Sal confirmed it was indeed Mouse. This is information I wanted to put in your hands sooner since you are the law here. But Sal is difficult to work with.
Well, at the very least, the town can have some closure.
What do
I'm gonna...
you intend to do with Mouse, might I ask?
What the hell do you think we intend on doing? We're gonna get a posse and we're gonna beat the shit out of him.
Fair.
You do realize that he got, like, several of my close
I-
friends and family
I
killed,
understand. I understand entirely. I just wanted to know what was going to happen.
right? I mean, honestly, I don't think the decision of killing him comes to mind, but I definitely think most of us will feel better if we have somebody to truly blame.
You are the arbiter of law around this town. He deserves whatever punishment you mete out to him. I just wanted to know what that was.
And I suppose I'll have to take some time and think about it.
So to that,
The law is flexible in these lands.
of course, I'm going to nod towards Stu. Well, for what it's worth, it's been quite the experience working with you. I understand our business isn't done quite yet since we are still committed to finding you a mechanic. But that requires us to cut loose and go to the capital.
You're right about that. I'm assuming that the doctor's buggy can take you all.
Or
If not, Jesse's craft as
we
well.
were considering taking Zessie's
Jesse.
buggy since it has just
Jesse.
since it's been affected with repairs, just as a test drive.
Not a bad idea. You can scrounge up some food. I'm sure it'll last if you don't already have some.
I have a few rations left over, but it might be a good idea to get more before we leave.
Bit of a long journey to Hollands, by the way. Roads are dangerous. Y'all should watch out.
The doctor said it took a few days.
We're definitely going to have to stock up on rations before we leave.
Of course. And all that said, with all due respect, Stu, we'd best not keep Zacharias waiting. I get the sense he's not the patient type.
Probably for the best. Now, if you don't mind, I've got some vigilante justice to dream up.
Of course.
Gets up from a tree stump and stumbles away to the town. You can tell that this
and
event...
Stu, you may want to keep in mind, it was also Mouse who let us know that it was Mouse who provided us with evidence that it was Jackson responsible for this. He played his part in bringing this to the light.
You should still kick the shit out of him.
You
but,
should absolutely still gain whatever retribution you seek to obtain from him, but I'd be remiss if I didn't tell you all of the facts.
It's never fucking simple, is it?
We wish
And
it
he
was.
continues walking away, and with a sigh, you realize just how much this event has, like, aged the locals here.
Even though we have helped these people quite a bit, it really is for the better that we leave as soon as we're ready.
People have died and suffered
Like,
loss.
I'm sure they don't hate us. I'm sure they appreciate what we've done, but at the same time, man, we are tiring, aren't we?
Yeah.
Let's go talk to Zacharias, guys.
I'm going to use the restroom before we do that, so go ahead. If
Yeah, let's take a piss break, everyone. I'm gonna pause the recording.
Yeah.
So, what are you all doing?
Well, Zacharias wanted to talk with us in private, so I suppose we'll go have our meeting with him.
This indeed is the case.
Yep.
You find a private area to speak with Zach. So, are you all going to force me to speak first? I suppose that's only
You're
natural.
the one who wanted to talk with us.
This is true, but I figured you might have something to ask or share.
Not
Regardless,
particular.
to make this as short as possible, I found something on Jackson's body.
It's you.
He tosses something at the nearest party member who wants to try and catch it.
On catch.
Well, yeah, I assumed you probably have one of the better reflex saves, so go ahead.
Is that? Would it be like acrobatics or
I
just?
imagine to be. I mean, it's up to
You can
Levi.
make a acrobatics or athletics check.
My athletics is actually slightly better than my acrobatics currently.
I would
so-
have really good acrobatics and athletics if
25.
it wasn't for my armor.
So, without even looking at it, Vaku catches it and kind of brings it up to his face. You see what resembles almost a shield crest the size of the palm of your hand, but its weight betrays some different nature. It is not simply a piece of metal. This looks like a tool or some kind of, like, strange technology.
Zachariah, what is this?
You recall before his mention of a vault.
Yes.
That is the key.
So he wasn't bullshitting about that, huh?
I was not aware of our family having any ancient technology. I thought that what we had in the Parandor Keep was everything, and when we lost it, that was everything. The fact that he was keeping this from me indicates that he had many more secrets behind his back.
Hmm.
Slimy bastard.
I'm
Why are
assuming
you
this
giving it
would-
to us instead of keeping it for yourself if it's your family's vault?
Because I have things to tend to at the manor, and I need somebody to investigate it.
So this is a job.
If you would take it.
Alright, if that's the case, what about a reward? I assume we're not going to be able to make off with anything we find in there if it belongs to you.
I would expect it. You all have proven an honorable sort. So, uncover the vault's contents. Figure out what exactly is hiding there. And then we will discuss rewards. But I assure you that I will not cheat you. You will get something good out of this.
You know, I
may
haven't really had
make a
any.
proposition.
I haven't had any reason to distrust this guy, so I'll just kind of nod my head at
Yeah.
that.
I'm
Just
down
as
for
well.
that.
I'm gonna look towards Zacharias and just say, if you would perhaps have any sort of more developed recording equipment back at your manor that we could use so we can record the contents of the vault. That way you can see it
I
with
have
your
a
own
video
eyes.
camera.
Are you asking if I have a camera?
No, I'm meaning like what are those things called? Oh fuck.
I literally have a video camera, and we all have data pads. What is this?
I was meaning more along the lines of I can't remember what they're called, but they're used with like
Inventory management?
something along those lines.
What do you mean?
Look,
You
Sal,
know what?
if
Okay.
you want to go through every individual item in that vault and take an inventory, I'm not going to stop you, but you're on your own.
Sal wants a laptop with fucking Windows Excel so we can make a spreadsheet about everything we find.
I think a video recording, a thorough video recording, will suffice.
Well, I have given you a quest and a potential reward. If you wish to uncover what lies beyond the vault's doors, and then inform me, I would appreciate it.
I suppose having more resources to further our own individual goals once we leave would be appreciated.
Yeah, I have no qualms about accepting this work.
All right.
down.
Well, it seems
Really
like we
beneficial.
now have 2 pit stops before we go to the capital.
But we're on the home stretch.
That we are, and for the most part, aside from finding a new mechanic, our debt to Kiliad is repaid. Everything we do now is of our own volition.
At this point, the noble has turned and left.
Well, I suppose since Zacharias has given us a job that takes priority over our own individual desires to investigate the ruins Aspect told us about, we are going to want to find the vault first, I think.
Plus, we're gonna have to report back whatever we find at the vault. So we're gonna have to double back to Kiliad after doing that, anyways. But we can hit
And
the ruins on our way to the capital.
Of course.
Remove a return trip.
And possibly that the reward will set us up to be able to make the journey, and whenever we go our separate ways, be able to.
That's my point exactly. I am not a fan of delaying my attempts to get into contact with Concordia any further, but any resources I can scrounge up to help my journey is something I should be seriously considering.
And you might also want to take a chance to go by one of the office facilities and get some legitimate documentation.
Once we're in
Or-
the capital, I'm going to see if there are any historians or libraries.
I'm just more along the lines of you're going to have trouble getting around in any form of public transport or on certain worlds without. You more than likely do not exist in this time period. In the bureaucracy, at least. And they will want to know where you come from.
Unless, as Ankos was talking about, Concordia ended up becoming the Syndicate, in which case there may be some record of my existence. A quick way to confirm that would be attempt to get on a train.
It's something to keep in mind. We'd rather not have a incident due to just trying to board a public transport.
I suppose that's a problem that we'll have to deal with when we get there. We
One
don't exactly
thing
have
at a
ID
time.
presses out here to make this problem go away. This problem that's not even a problem yet.
One thing at a time.
Do any of us even have any sort of identification on us?
I would assume those of us who are from the Syndicate would.
I have absolute. Yeah. I. Whenever you say this, I pull out I pull out a rather stereotypical badge that kind of shows affiliation with the detective agency I work with.
You also have a
It
passport.
Oh, so everyone has passports.
Well,
Except,
anyone from the
yeah.
syndicate, I guess, right?
Do you not have a passport, Brian?
I don't think I would.
That's the point I'm trying to make.
Where's your passport, Brian?
I'm just saying, like fucking Sam's asking, do we all have passports? No, basically only those from the syndicate would.
You don't have your passport.
Pretty sure I don't.
Anyway, yeah, no. Those of you that are from
Would
the syndicate have the means of verifying your identity.
would Yarreach have a passport, seeing he's such a young and kind of got.
If you're a
All the way-
syndicate citizen, then yes.
All right. He does then, but maybe a little bit tired after the crash, as he keeps a lot of his stuff underneath this wing.
I have to say, it feels good to have finished a job.
Yeah, I feel like I just got 30 pounds lighter having that off my
I
shoulders.
didn't want to have to walk away from this without making sure everything was tied off.
Closure is wonderful.
And to some extent, there's one loose thread. I suspect we're going to have trouble convincing someone who's lived a comparatively cushier life in the capital to pack up and move to Kiliad to be a mechanic.
Well, I can think of exactly what type of person would actually love the chance to come out here to do this, but they wouldn't be be a bit of the unsavory type. Somebody who is okay with dropping all of their connections to go out in the middle of nowhere, maybe getting away from something or someone.
It also occurs to me that
Ah,
great
one
place
of
to
those.
it also occurs to me that the doctor has permanent residence here.
True.
He's not going to be coming along, I don't think.
I can't see why he would, but I guess I have no idea
Once
when
he
or how
comes
it's gonna
back
happen.
from the dimensional pocket he's been shunted into, we can ask him.
Strange. I wonder why I materialized so much faster than him and
I don't know, maybe you have a stronger spirit.
Built different.
built different. Well, regardless, I'm glad that I'm here. I am not built to be a bystander.
You're just built different.
Yeah. Oh, I found Sacred Order. Nice.
Nice.
Oh, I found the ash. Unfortunately.
What is our party's next move?
I think we need to track down and find that vault.
Yeah.
Yeah. Is it still early enough in the day to go down and find it?
It would take quite a while, but you can soup up in the vehicles and get rolling if you want.
It's
I mean,
fairly
yeah,
early in
we
the
need
morning
we
right
need
now,
to
isn't
we
it?
need to know where we're going though.
And
Yeah,
He
never
did the forest nearby.
Did he specify where the coordinates of like this vault are?
he did not. However, he did
Oh.
leave you with that item.
Okay, so I'm just gonna
I'm
like
going-
look. So I got the item in my hand. I'm just gonna like fiddle with it a bit, and
You kind of like run your hands over it until you seemingly hit something that causes it to light up. On the interior, it seems to emit a beep. The sides of it just kind of begin to chirp, and then you get what appears to be some kind of tracking display, as in it is pointing towards a specific destination.
I suppose that solves that problem.
Hmm.
Do you think
Well-
we should mount up on Doomtread or pile into a buggy?
We've
That'd
already
be-
we had to use Doom Tread on the earlier
That's
expeditions, pretty much out of necessity. I'd hate to bother him with this. If he wants to
Um,
come, he can. But I think we should just ride out in the car.
He is his own man now. If he wants
just
to
more
tag
worried
along, he can make that choice.
I'm more worried about those temporary parts. He did say they weren't gonna last, right?
Right.
Yeah.
It might be good to
Let
not
him
put
rest.
any stress on him.
How many can sit in the buggy? Are we going to have to take 2? Wait, no. All of us piled onto Ceci's buggy to escape.
Yeah.
Alright, yes.
yes.
Remember,
Well,
it has seats welded
Before
onto it.
we
All
head
right,
out,
well, yes, Faku.
before we head out, I'm still feeling a little sore. So could you use some of that healing magic on me to patch me up a little bit more?
Sounds like a fucking junkie waiting for a fix.
You all got any of
Um,
that healing magic?
Quick question.
I'll get any of that.
I'm gonna
Crap.
take a peek around. Is there anyone like nearby, or are we just kind of sitting in the
There is
tents?
not. You are
Okay.
by yourselves.
Okay. I'm going. And another thing. Whenever it says once per day, does that still
Once
count
per
by?
session.
Okay.
Recession
No.
or what?
I'm just gonna look at Vaku and just say that can only be done at certain times, and I have not recovered from doing it last time.
So,
Fuck.
you
And
know, I don't know if we ever covered it, just to kind of distract for a second. Whatever happened with Zessie's body? Did we ever bury or burn it, or did that get handled by the townspeople?
It is assumed that the townspeople handled it, but
Yeah,
you do
that's
not know.
that's their business.
Fair.
I mean, if we want to
We
pay
did
our
put
if
a
we, if
bag
we want
for
to pay
them.
our respects, I'd be open to that. But
Go back and loot Zessie's corpse. Dance on his grave a bit.
pay our respects. Hey, turn out his pockets.
We go there. Sal uses his healing magic. He pops out of the fucking grave and goes,
Oh,
"Fuck
God.
magic bullets."
just
Surely Timber Zessie is now a skeleton.
Oh god.
But either way, I'm gonna look back at Vaku and I'm just going to say, just on another note, my abilities, keep them to yourself and not say them so casually in public, please.
Fine. I have to find some other source of healing.
Is this? I'm gonna keep a low voice since Sal seemed intent on that. Is this? I air quotes with my fingers. Magic taboo here?
Uh,
Is it outlawed?
Not in the sense that you're thinking, but it is generally not seen too much in public.
So, what's the problem then?
It is, but as I said, you have not given me any leave to distrust you, and thus I am willing to allow you one or that
Right, but
secret.
what I'm saying is, if it's not criminal and if it's not taboo, why are you so lock and key about it?
Let's just say in order to actually practice it, you would have to have an implant, and it monitors you. And those without implants could be, or modified ones, should I say, could be considered in violation of the law.
I see.
And in some cultures would probably still try to string me up.
So if you do that too much, there's some Orwellian watchdog keeping track of that in a data center somewhere.
And if I say do it and it doesn't register, it's gonna raise some questions.
I just kind of nod my head at this and leave it there. Well, I am a man of the law, but I don't think it's prudent to make a big deal about that, given this is the syndicate we're talking about. Everything I've heard about them rubs me the wrong way.
I would say it's more of a coin. Despite all the good that the syndicate can do, there's the other side, which is all of it. Some more, some less. But who knows? Depending on where you're at, you will find a different experience.
Of course. Well, Vaku, how are you feeling?
I mean, as long as we don't get in too much trouble at this vault thing, then
I think we should be ready for trouble.
I think we'll be fine.
All right.
If we can find if we can find like a, is there any sort of healing supplies here that we haven't used already?
We would have to check the doctor's home.
Let's just swing by Tim Tom's place and see if there's anything that could like any sort of healing stimulant or something, like a stim pack or whatever.
There are no, like, Fallout stim packs, but there are a handful of, medicinal items. So what you do find, quickly find it because he did have some of them in his office. You do find what appears to be a like a bundled wrapped device that kind of resembles a bandage, but much more high technology. It's not made of a simple cloth. It appears to be made of some kind of dense metallic fiber. You are not certain what the hell this is, but it looks like it is meant to be applied to some kind of wound.
I guess I'll just
I would not recommend doing anything with that unless you know how to do it. Like, if you do it wrong, like with my tape here, I'm going to pull out, you could ruin the entire thing. If I was to apply electricity to this tape, it would have ruined the entire tape. If you were to do the wrong thing, you might not even heal it from it. So I would say, wait.
out of character. Do I want to put on the magic band-aid?
I mean,
Magic
what's
Band-Aid.
your health and stamina looking like?
4 hit points, 0 stamina.
Fuck me. What's your hit point max?
10.
Ugh. I think now, look, as far as RPGs go, whether you're playing tabletop or a fucking video game, I think there are certain items that when you get them, you're never gonna fucking use them if you just have the mentality of like, man, I need to hold on to this when I really need it. That's how you end up lugging around like a whole fucking crate of healing potions in Skyrim. Right?
Yeah.
I think if we're about to go on this incursion to the vaults, you should do it now. That's just what I think. That's what I think.
But at the same time, none of us has medicine, and this may require medicine to use.
Maybe so. That's also true.
Do you want to attempt to use it?
It could require a medicine check. I didn't even think about that.
Yeah.
That's why my character has been suggesting, don't use it unless you know how to use it.
I'm kind of thinking when we level up, I might put a rank into medicine just so we have someone who can.
It's an intelligence check. Let me put a rank.
Oh, actually, good point. I'm not gonna have high. See, I'm gonna get to the point where I'll be able to level up my mental stats, but that's gonna take a while. Good point. You should do that.
Although it wouldn't be unthematic for you to actually put a point in.
Well, yeah, I imagine like in my backstory, there's reason to believe I might know like at least the basics of fucking.
Yeah. No,
because I certainly was never a combat medic, but as someone who had an active combat role in the military, I probably at least know how to tie a tourniquet. I'd imagine.
Do you want to use the magic band-aid?
Sure, why not?
Roll a 1d20 with a +10 modifier.
Oh shit, cool.
1d20 with a +10 modifier. What?
This is correct.
If
you would rather, I can roll it for you.
I think I got it here. So it's /roll.
It will be formatted in a manner similar to this, but assumedly without the spaces. That's still rolled. Let me post it in Discord. So basically the format is like d20 plus 10. And it'll look like this.
You can do /roll too.
You can, but this is a bit more efficient whenever it comes to making mass rolls and being careful. Double bracket, 1d20 plus modifier, end bracket. Holy shit.
Jesus. Roll a 22.
Okay. So, you go ahead and seeing that you still have a chest wound that has been cleaned because you are a responsible adult.
Yeah.
You go ahead and slap this thing down, and immediately you feel it tense up, apply, and bond to the skin in a manner that is almost frightening. And then you see small canisters on the side of this like technological bandage empty, and there is a painful pressure that applies to your wound. Go ahead and give me, or no, sorry. Add 1 to your HP at the current moment, and then on rest, you will be allowed to recover double the amount of hit points for this day.
Yo,
Seems like this was a good call to me.
cool.
It was. It was.
Why did I get a
It was.
plus 10 modifier though if I don't have
It
anything?
allows you to make a untrained check at a plus 10 bonus.
Oh.
Oh.
Okay.
You
Shit.
basically
Common
slapped it down, it bonded to your skin, it sealed the wound, and essentially is letting it recover at a much
Every man's first
faster
aid.
rate.
All
Oh,
right.
shit.
Well,
Nice.
what do you say we give you a while to rest up and see how you're feeling?
Yeah.
I'm still missing a hit point as well, so I guess a rest wouldn't be. It'd be
I've
appreciated.
been in fighting shape, or at least what I call fighting shape, since I got unfrozen for a while. But the rest of you definitely could use a bit of shut eye.
I'm 90% there, but I still have a little bit of a limp.
Right.
I will add another point to my hit points as well.
I don't know
Alright,
if it's
everybody-
strange to say since we don't exactly all know one another very well, but I'm proud of all of you. We did something good here.
Yeah, I'd say that all things considered, even if you want to look at this from an analytical perspective, or even
I know Stu may not have directly released us from our debt, but given everything we've done, I'm certain that's understood.
well, I mean, the only two tasks I can think of were handle the bandits, handle the water, and both have been handled in spectacular fashion.
We've done everything we can that's within our control, and I suppose if they ever get attacked by bandits again, that's an unfortunate part of living on the frontier.
Now, don't get me wrong, this has all been great experience and all, but if the rest of my jobs are gonna wind up like this, I'm finding a new fucking job.
Oh,
I
boy.
haven't heard of this happening much. I would hope it hasn't.
This isn't
You mean
like
surviving? Yeah, I can say with absolute certainty that we have a very special situation.
this isn't like any deployment I've ever been on, but back in my prime with my squad, this wouldn't have even been a consideration.
I was an office worker like a month ago. This is all very much outside of my scope.
A few hundred years ago, if we were in this situation, we would have been done with it in an hour.
If only, right?
If
I'm
only.
having flashbacks to our Helldivers escapades.
Honestly, yeah.
We would have been done in an hour. Fucking no witnesses.
Witnesses.
Congratulations, you are being rescued. Just gunned down the entire town.
The vault doors are opening! We're being rescued! So it's at this point I kind of stop. I didn't mean for that to sound so ominous.
I would remind everybody that we are resting for tonight. So
Yes,
you're gonna
we
take
are.
the entire day.
I suppose since I am fucking fully healed, I'll just spend the night relaxing and then eventually go to sleep.
In this particular circumstance, because it is the beginning of the day, we can all choose to take 24 hours to rest.
Sure.
So that should give us back.
Since the water's no longer irradiated, I'm gonna take a real shower.
Hilarious.
Yeah.
It's a good idea.
So you said
yeah, it will be 2 HP per character level, so we're going to restore 2 HP for this day's rest, and then since Vaku...
Oh wait, did we level up?
That is a good point. So
You said you kind of let that spill early, didn't you?
Yeah, I suppose I have. With resolving the matter of Kiliad and completing my first arc, everybody in the party levels up to level 2.
Fuck yeah!
Oh yeah!
That being said, though, because you undergo 24 hours of constant bed rest, you recover 2 HP per character level. So for anybody that's currently injured, you get back 4 HP. That being said,
Isn't it
with
double
the
for
med
Vaku?
patch, I'm going to make it 3 for tonight. So you get 3 HP back.
I get 3 HP.
That's a sight better than getting 1 back per rest.
Okay.
So I'm at 8 HP.
I am now back
0
to
stamina.
my full
How do I
HP.
If you
update
have
my
any, if you
level?
have any resolve left, you can get your stamina back. Otherwise, you
He does
can't.
not have any resolve.
Unfortunate.
That being said, unless we wanted to check out that vault, which we could save for next session.
That's
As
might
much
have-
as I,
do
as much as
say
I
that.
want to continue, I want people to be able to do stuff in combat if it comes to it, and that means people having stamina. And we're not going to get
Yeah.
stamina until the beginning of next session. There's no way
Yeah,
around
and also,
that.
you know, with what we could potentially see at that vault, having time to deliberately, like, level up and
Yes,
time.
also
Shit,
true.
I-
Yeah.
Like, I really,
Yeah,
I really want to continue. I still have the energy, and we don't have work tomorrow, or at least I don't. But at the same time, like, yeah, we need stamina. We need to level up. So,
Yeah.
like, the correct tactical choice is to stop.
Yeah.
But
So I would recommend that we put an end to the recording here. Good job, all you guys, and
Fuck.
go ahead and level up your characters.
all right, I'm gonna.
Okay, the
Oh, yeah.
first level
Yeah,
up of the
the first
campaign.
How
level-
many
the
ranks
campaign.
do we get per level?
You basically get like an additional amount of ranks equal to what you had before.
I'm gonna go
So, like,
ahead and cut the recording here.